Ah, pinging my Discord. That's what I'm forgetting. Also, my microphone's in a really weird position. And this light's facing the wrong way. Nope. Whoopsie. What was it showing by default? Wasn't it like a meme channel or something? Bah. It's probably fine. I want to actually see, what was this showing? Friends list. Yeah, okay. Hello, Gloin. Give me just a second. Got it. Okay, I was just pinging the Discord channel. I always forget to do that. How are you this fine evening? It's evening, right? My hair's a little wet for this, but it'll be fine. This. It's alright, been at the gym. Nice. And now I'm grinding openings. Which openings? If you don't mind my asking. Caro and Kid. Interesting. So you just really like having that space disadvantage, huh? Hey, I'm not saying. If you could play it, then I guess you don't have that big of a space disadvantage in the Caro. Twitch tried to get you for that one. Well, I hate the French. Oh, that's true. The French is like weird. I mean, it's, you know. And the Kid is universal, even though the engine hates it a bit. The engine doesn't hate it that much. C5's a move here, right? Oh, that's rhetorical. Don't answer that. I'm going to be a coward and play knight B d7 first. I could push. Not push, I could take on c4. One moment, please. I forgot to silence my phone. Taking is not the stupidest thing here. C5 is what my gut tells me. Because the point is, when you take in these positions, the difference is that he's played a move with the bishop, so you're kind of wasting one of his tempi. Now, I'm a little worried about giving him e5 there, but... I'm going to play c5. I mean, isn't the problem with the Kid the fact that you can also have to play the modern, which is quite different in character? I mean, you play it, not me, so... Hello, Pure. Oh, that's rude. You should be glad I'm too much of a based Sigma male to be hurt by your insults. I like this. We are just starting off strong, aren't we, today, Pierre? Just like, right in there. I actually think this exchange benefits us now. Although, I'm going to take this pawn first. I guess he could play some goofy tempo move, but I don't think it... Okay, so here's the plan. We are playing against the d5 square. Now you know the plan. Now, that's why taking the knight is instinctively not that bad to me, because this knight can attack this square, and this bishop cannot. Now, I'm a little bit of a coward, because I don't really want to pull the trigger. I don't, like, love pulling the trigger on it, because it does give him the bishop pair and an open board. I think, due to the way it all works out, I have something resembling compensation, but... Okay, I kind of dismissed that in my head because I didn't think it made a lot of sense. But I guess his point is if I go queen c6, he goes knight e5. And if I take, then pawn takes. I suppose his point is that the d6 square is quite good for his knight. Knight d5, a6 comes. Yeah, I don't think that's that bad for me. Maybe I'm wrong, but Queen b6? Queen b6 was possible too. I was considering Queen b6. My issue with Queen b6 was that I felt like it wasn't doing a whole lot on that square. I guess targeting this pawn is fine, but I just like this file a lot because it prevents the moving of his bishop. So like a6 is interesting here, where if he takes mine, I can sack the exchange. Oh, that's probably stupid. So the question is, do I give him the bishop? Actually here. Here's an option. I'm a little nervous now, because I feel like my pieces are a little tied up on the king's side, which makes me slightly uncomfortable, because it means while I don't see any sacrifices or real danger currently, it feels to me like danger could be near. If that makes sense. And I don't love that. Maybe I should have gone knight, bishop e7. It's unclear. It's unclear. Really? Okay, hold on. Just give me 1 second to make sure my monitor doesn't turn off in the middle of stream like it keeps doing. Okay, now I could play a6. Because if a takes b, then I win an extra piece. So does he have any good moves with the knight there? I don't see any. A6, knight e5, knight takes e5, pawn takes e5. Might work. No, knight d5, knight d6, b5. Or actually, just bishop c7. Yeah, no, that looks good to me. This pawn just hangs at the end because he has to play bishop here, and then after I take, bishop takes, I can take this pawn with rook, right? I think it looks good. I've been wrong before, but I feel like this... If he just takes my bishop, it looks like it wins a pawn. Now, I don't expect him to do that. I expect knight e5 and some weird tactics. But I don't think that works either. I don't think that works either. Yeah, maybe queen b6 is better for this reason. On the other hand... That's interesting. And if I go here... This doesn't work, right? It might. But I think he has to just move his knight back, in which case b5 looks very nice for me. I could also go to b6. Actually, it looks better. No, because I don't have b5 after knight b3. And b5 is such a nice move there. I'm playing bishop d8. This could be wrong, but... Now I'm expecting knight e5. I expected knight e5 a few times already. I'm surprised he didn't play it. I'm surprised he hasn't played it already. And now I have b5. And now this bishop's forced back, and I get bishop b7, which makes it so... Which pins his knight to mate. So I'm actually quite enjoying my position here. I don't think I'm, like, winning or anything. I might not even be noticeably better, but it just feels to me like a good position. Yo, how are you doing? Pretty well. He could play, like, a rook c1. That would be interesting. Does he have a good discovery there? Because if he doesn't, I want to play knight b6, knight d5, or even knight c5, knight c4. But discoveries are scary as a concept. Anka, what'd you eat today? I had like a salad and some chicken nuggets, and then some leftover tacos. I guess if knight b6, he has knight a4. That's the problem, is knight a4, because knight a4 lets him into the c5 square, and that looks uncomfortable. And I don't really want to play queen d6, because that invites bishop b3. Do need to hydrate. Billion, I don't think I know him. Yeah, it's pretty impressive, given the time situation, that you managed to get first. I'm playing too slow. Although I suppose this isn't that terrible. I'm gonna actually go here though. It's a little bit cowardly, but... And it's annoying because I did want another piece to come to this square. Maybe I should have gone to d6, but Okay, I will in just a second. It's hard to get not edited footage of his face, which is kind of funny. Shows where we are on the internet, right? So if this takes, bishop takes. I don't love it. Actually, queen a7, bishop b6 looks interesting. If he's prepping d5, I don't think d5 is scary. Maybe he's trying to go bishop c2. Similarity to mine. Yeah, bishop c2. That doesn't threaten anything yet. It is a little scary, though. It's a little scary, actually. A lot is riding on my knight. Now, on the other hand, a lot's riding on his knight because something like bishop e4 is actually very annoying for him to deal with. Maybe he's going to play knight e5 now. That could be a problem. Do I have to play g6 there? Ooh, but g6 is asking for a sack. I am unhappy with this. See, if I go here, then knight takes, rook takes, bishop takes here. I'm one tempo too slow. This is probably losing. How often do you study chess? Not very much. Recently, I've been trying to get back into it, but it's been with mixed success. So I would say at this point, it's like once a week. Not enough that I'm happy with. I have some plans on improving that. He might just be able to rotate a rook, which would be pretty crazy. I actually might have this. And I guess if he rotates rooks, I can run. Okay, so my two options are bishop e4 and running. I don't have time to calculate both. Heck, I don't have time to calculate one. I'm running. Rook here is being met with bishop d4. I don't have time. I'm just barely holding on here. I meant to move the pawn there. How did that happen? Oh, I turned on click move because my friend wanted to do puzzles and he couldn't play puzzles without click move. I'm so stupid. I forgot I turned on click move. I mean, I was losing anyway, right? Bishop f5. It holds on better. I was going to play something desperate with the bishop. Yeah, knight d5 doesn't work, so bishop c6. Let me turn off click move. pretty good. Okay, okay, I can win a game. No, I don't think I do, Pure. So now you won't be able to either click or drag? Yes, because I only drag. I don't like click move. It feels like counterintuitive. I know it's probably objectively better. I just really don't like it. It doesn't feel right. But when I was playing at the recent tournament, I was doing puzzles with a friend of mine, and whenever he would try to do a puzzle, he would get frustrated that click move wasn't on, so I turned it on. Should ban? I disagree. The problem is this is actually not super good yet. I think I have to play a6 first. Do I want to trade queens here? Not particularly. I'm surprised he didn't play knight c3. It felt very natural to me. Is this ladder, viewers? This is ladder currently. I start with a little bit of ladder. I lost that previous game, but I'm coping. Which is usually a bad idea. If I lose this game, I'm going to stop. Pure? Pure. Insulting me is fun. Insulting other people's in chat is not okay. Other people's. I can't speak. I'm doing that just to delete the messages. I like my position. I think I'm better. So far, it's fine. I'm not thrilled, but I'm okay with it. Bishop e6 is honestly a move I'm considering. I don't know, it's weird. Some days it's weird. That's life beats. Oh, Sanok. Let's see. So I thought this was bad because b5 just forced him to go back. And I was because I'm not seeing a square he can go to, right? So I was under the impression that this was a poor move. Because it just goes back to what we were doing before, but I had more space. Well, you know, I understand the philosophy behind banning a lot of people. I have had the very good fortune that I haven't had to ban many people at all. Which I'm quite happy about. Ban a few people from my chat? You have to. You have to ban a few people. I have banned people before, obviously. I just avoid it whenever possible. Because I feel like since I'm less bothered than your average bird, I have the ability to not ban people, and so I enjoy using that as kind of a bonus. Yeah, that's fair. I've banned a lot of bots, but as for humans, I think I've only banned like 4, which is insane, and I'm very happy about it. That looks wrong. Is this stupid? Because I take here, you take my bishop, I go check, you go king here, and then I can take your bishop first, and so I'm just up a pawn, right? This doesn't hang. Banning is an essential part of the growth of a channel. Mr. Sus, if you would please not be rude to other people in chat. Banning is an essential part of the growth of a channel. If you don't ban the trolls, the chat will gradually start to accept them. Eventually, you'll end up with a lot of trolls. It's an exponential effect. True. Also, I'm stupid. On an unrelated note, my stupidity knows no bounds. I completely forgot that night existed. Okay, I'm stopping playing rated chess after this. Clearly, I'm not in the headspace for it. Some days, you know? Hello, the Silent Assassin. It's been a while since you've been here. How's life been going? I know that name. It's a name I haven't heard in years. Which means you've been truly silent. I enjoy finding resources about chess, and when they pile up, I don't feel like using them. Based. Okay. We'll start it off with a light sentence. I've been very clear. Yeah, it's a provocative name, but you meet some actually quite interesting people with provocative names in online internet everything. So it's actually quite cool. That's why I say the same rating. Wish I had the motivation to grind. It's not about motivation, you just have to do it. Which sounds stupid, but you know. We're witnessing the change where Blobfish will ban everyone. My guy, I banned one guy who's it's first time in chat, and he's just like being rude to everyone else. That's like such a clear example. And it was a short ban, it was a 5-minute ban. Just to demonstrate that I'm serious. Because, I mean, you know. I want people to, yeah, be to inspire everyone. No, okay, I haven't had someone I needed to ban in months. I like to think it's because I attract a more positive group of people, but the truth is probably that I'm just small enough that I don't have enough people in general to worry about it. Which, I mean, suffering from failure? Or not failure, but... Do you remember me, Gabe? Yes, I remember the name Gabe is Smarter. I don't remember a ton about it. I'm going level with you. Oh, that's a stupid move too. Wow, I am just absolutely really, really dumb today. Just really dumb. Give me chest supplies, one's like 1300. So I'm guessing you're not still 1300. No, you definitely have positive vibes, I can tell. Thank you. Taking with Knight is weird to me. Yes, that was in January. So where are we at now, if you don't mind my asking? Take a guess. 1700. That's my guess. 1700. How close am I? 2000. Can I have some of that, Elo? Goodness gracious. That's pretty sick. Congratulations. You say it every time? I know, because I want the Elo every time. Does I look like I'm joking? Also 2000 divided by 2, based. See, Pure is a benevolent troll, so I don't mind having him around. Because he's just a silly little guy. I'm 1800 Blitz right now, so I'm going to try to get 2k in that, and then 2k Blitz, so I get triple 2ks. 2k bullet, I assume is what you meant. It's pretty smart. I'm 2000 divided by 0. Bro's actually negative infinite. Yeah, man, bullet. I thought so. Which makes sense. I think your viewers are silly. A lot of them are. I have a very silly audience. Time management is a worst skill. Ah, so you have learned from me. So you really are my protege. I'm sorry about that one. For that, I apologize. We're silly little guys. You know, that's a true. Okay. So, I'm going to keep advertising my stream as a way to gain elo, but actually it's a way to slow down. I'm better than my opponents and everything except slightly worse in endgames, a lot worse in time management. Get your endgames up, man. I'm telling you. The stuff that you can do, the wizard shenanigans you can pull when you're better at endgames than your opponent is completely insane. Dvoretsky. That is rough. I feel for you. Dvoretsky's hard, but if you get it down and you can like absorb it, then you are, again, the magic you can pull. Just being slightly better at endgames is insane. No position ever counts as losing. Dvoretsky's like for 2400 FIDE? Yeah, let him try then. That's great. That's not an issue, Callum. Okay. Now, where are my tournament games? I forgot to pull them up. See, the problem is I would love to do streams studying chess, but that's kind of illegal since I don't use open resources for it, you know? I use like books that I own. And those books aren't public domain. Actually, wait, hold on a second. Give me a second. Who published this? Just use public domain books then? Yeah, but a lot of them are older. Who published this? Publisher is... Who's... What? I've never heard of this publisher before. Oh, I thought this was what this was. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. Time out. Dvorsky's the best endgame book in existence. It really is, but it's so difficult. No, he's a 2000. It's fine. I want to get a coach, but they're expensive. I'm in the same boat. Okay. So, risky move, but it paid out. I'm telling you, Dvorsky's endgame menu. Anyway, so here's the thing. So, the chess books I use are all by Jeremy Silman, who, last year I believe it was, died. May he rest in peace. One of the best, if not the best, chess writers ever. Now, the reason I bring this up is because his books are all published under a publishing agency that he co-owned. Oh, that makes sense, Gabe. Anyway. The problem... Now... The worst they can do is tell you to stop. It's not... For me, it's not a legal issue. It's an ethical issue. I don't want to be using someone's work without their permission. That feels scummy. Especially if it's a dead guy's work. That's even worse. Like, come on. So, like, I could be stupid and ask the contact email if I'm allowed to read Jeremy Silman's books on stream. They aren't making a profit on the book anymore, though? Who? The author? It's for educational purposes, more moral not to do it? That's not how that works. I'm not a believer in ends justify the means. Yeah, if they died? Yeah, but he co-owns the publishing agency. Maybe his kids are profiting off of it or something. It's not my decision. It's not my book. It's almost like you're advertising it anyway. I think it's fine, but it's not my choice, right? Or it shouldn't be my choice. I'm not the one who wrote the book. I don't get to decide how freeform an artist is with their art. It's not... Has read for books before, but I'm sure he has permission. He knows these people. Physical board is great, but anyway, okay. So no. Here's what I'm going to do. Listen. Okay, let me actually delete these fields. Because those are personal information. Okay, so here's where I'm at. This is their website, Silman James Press, which evidently is him and someone else who co-own this, right? I am going to politely ask if I can read Jeremy Silman's books on stream. If the answer is yes, then I'm going to start doing that. Without question. But if the answer is no, then I'm just not going to, because it's not my right. I don't have the right to decide what happens to someone else's book, fundamentally, philosophically, right? So here we are. Hi. I stream chess on Twitch a few times. If they respond in 10 years, I stream chess on Twitch a few times a week, and a few times a week. Okay, wait, no, I should start with this. And a great deal of the content I make there is centered around helping newer players improve. I'm going to run out of characters. What is this for? Jeremy Silman's books? I'm not asking ChatGPT to write it. No way. That is the most soulless. Thank you, Chessmate, for the follow. Heartless. No, I'm not doing that. I want to read Jeremy Silman's books on stream. But I don't have the rights. Duh. But Jeremy Silman's books are under a publishing agency that he co-owns. And Jeremy Silman is recently deceased. So it's not like he's going to be losing money. And so I figured it's not that stupid to ask for permission politely via inquiry and to read his books on stream. There's a 99.9% chance that they're going to say no. Right? Just because that's the default, right? However, we are rolling with that 0.1%. Right? Because I'm not losing anything. What? I'm spending 5 minutes politely writing a message. W, thank you. Or just get a different book. Well, I don't have rights to any chess books. I mean, and publishing and copyright law is crazy. It's life of the creator plus 70 years. So you have to find someone who died 70 years ago or longer. Like, at that point, you're not going to find any meaningful chess books. Like, when the newest one, the oldest one I could think that you would get something from is like Nimzovich. When did Aaron Nimzovich, I'm spelling this wrong, die? Oh wait, 1935? Hold on a second. Nimzovich's books are in the public domain. Oh. Oh. This is very interesting. We could read Chess Praxis. Or My System. Yeah, My System and Chess Praxis are both iconic. Okay, this could be interesting. This could be... Supposedly, Chess Praxis has aged better than my system. Okay. We're keeping this in our pocket. Why aren't you telling someone press that you're Richard Report's chess channel? Now we're talking. Now this is the Galaxy Brain move. Okay, wait. Let me try to write this out running out of characters. Okay. Players improve. Is Silman spelled? Yeah, it's one L. Silman books have been incredibly helpful on my chess journey, and I'd like to read them on my channel. Thanks. I can't. I ran out of characters. This is the worst. This is the worst. Okay, give me a second. I need to condense my wording. I stream chess. Okay, I can cut the on Twitch. It doesn't matter. They don't care what platform I stream chess on. I stream chess a few times a week, and a great deal, a lot. We're cutting down characters, guys. A lot of the content I make there. I'm actually going to say all. Forget this. A lot of. It's all. And all the content I make there is centered around helping newer players improve. Someone's books have been incredibly helpful on my chess journey, and I'd like to read them on my channel. Capablanca is in the public domain. Alkine is in the public domain. Yeah, but they didn't write as interesting stuff. I mean, Alkine might have, but Capablanca didn't. Remove the spaces between the words. Why am I asking you for advice? No. My system. You don't understand. Chess Praxis is public domain. What, you can't ask for, I mean, you can ask for better, but like, this is pretty darn good. Chess Praxis. Come on. Come on. We can read Chess Praxis. Okay, give me a second. We can make like Wednesday study day or something. Is Paul Morphy's books not good? they're just really outdated. Even chess praxis is outdated to some degree. That's the problem. The problem is chess has developed a lot. I agree with x/psychic. What? Why am I listening to you? This is why you never should listen to Twitch chat. Okay, like to read them on my channel. Thanks. I'm one character shy. And I like to. I want more words. See, this is my problem. I'm very verbose. I'm very verbose. That's a good point. That's an excellent point, Gabe. Not Gabe, gone. No, it is Gabe. That's an excellent point, Gabe. I stream chess, and all the content I make there is centered around helping newer players improve. Someone's books have been incredibly helpful. Can be shortened to one better, stronger adjective. Have been instrumental, that's what I'm looking for. Instrumental? Essential. I like instrumental. Essential is a good word too. Instrumental, I can't spell, on my chess journey, and I'd like to read them on stream. Forget my channel, on stream. Fewer characters. Yeah, instrumental in my chess journey. No, it wouldn't be in. You would use for. It would be for. Instrumental for my chess journey, and I'd like to read them on stream. That's a good point. Love is a better word there. I'd love to read them on stream. Should I say something stupid at the end, like I'll respect your decision either way? Because here's the thing, I feel like reading this, I don't know, Twitch streamers or streamers in general don't have a amazing reputation with being respectful of other people's content rights. We aren't the historical precedent at eggplant emoji. No, y'all are the worst. I wasn't taught to steal 2023. Oh, that's sick. How'd it go? Them on stream. But I wanted. If I were them, would I say yes? So if I were them being the James and Stillman James, I suppose, then my thought process would be, okay, I'm an older gentleman whose friend, who was a prolific chess writer, recently passed away, and someone is politely asking to read his chess books. I mean, I would say yes. It would be different if I were the author, right? I would be because even then I probably, and in this situation I would say yes, which is why I'm willing to ask, because it's not a stupid question to me. I get uncomfortable asking stupid questions. This doesn't feel like a stupid question. Also, I'm Ding Loren. Genius. Thanks for your consideration. Alchemy and blah. And see, this is a nice way of showing who I am on Twitch. So if they want to look me up and see that I'm not like a Nazi or something. Okay, typing's hard. Ding's washed, I wouldn't give him the rights. If Ding Loren being bad at chess is the reason that he doesn't get the rights, then I stand no chance. Like, none. Because if Ding's washed, then what the heck am I? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Okay, I'm gonna send this off. Stinking captures. No! I accidentally clicked off of it. There's technically a bike in that photo too. These captures are the worst part, man. I hate these suckers. Like, that doesn't count as a bike because it's just the backpack of the guy riding the bike, right? Oh my gosh. It thinks I'm a robot. I know what a bridge is. I'm wearing bridges. Bridges, get it? Okay, I'm not funny. Boom. Boom. Thanks for contacting us. We will get in touch with you. Torch. I can't read. I can't write. I can't play chess. What the heck is going on today? We will get in touch with you shortly. That's also a clip. You're welcome for that clip. Also, the book is 14 years old. Or one of the books. I don't know. I would appreciate. We'll see. You know, you miss every shot you don't take. Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky. Or Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. I guess that would be the correct word. Yo, it's Chess Micro Celebrity Beats. Why does everyone know who this guy is? Are you famous or something? Okay. Yeah, baby, let's go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This website is highly suspicious. Okay, give me a second. Let me look for a better website, like Internet Archive or something. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah, Dvorsky's Endgame Manual is the Bible of Endgames, but it's also the Bible of Endgames. It's also the King James's edition. Oh ha ha. Oh ha ha. Oh ha. PFX, no access available for the sign. That's stupid. Okay, give me. Chess Praxis is fantastic. Now, the more important thing about Chess Praxis is its public domain. Which let me just make sure. When do books enter public domain? I'm pretty sure that's public domain. 70 years after the death of the latest living author, which is Aaron Nimzovich, who died 85 years ago. So we're chilling. This is only 16 pages. I'm fairly certain the book is longer than 16 pages. Okay, I'm downloading a virus. Give me a second. again, it's a personal thing. Do you want to read a book which is definitely above your level? Some people want that. If you do, Dvortsy's Endgame Manual is the way to go. If you don't, then I would recommend Silman's Complete Endgame Course or 100 Endgames You Must Know. Dang, they're making me do a CAPTCHA to download a virus? This is ridiculous. Danya has a good place on endgames and Dinger Teacher, yes. Both of these are accurate statements. Ah, here we go. Oh wait, it's not a virus. Hey, let's go, it's not a virus! Let's go, gamers! They probably saw it was Linux and thought it was too difficult. They're like, it's not worth it. Just give the guy the actual book. Let's go, gamers. Come on. Come on. I'm not sure I agree with that, Beats. It depends. Again, I started... My first opening in chess was a dragon, and by playing an opening way over my head, I learned so much. But Danya's videos on endgames are also really difficult. But that's part of what makes them so interesting and so valuable. Come on, guys. Look at this. This is fantastic. I love the public domain. It's so good. Yeah, I don't think it's a universal thing. That's why I don't recommend Dvortsy's Endgame Manual to everyone. This is my system and chess praxis. It's the combo book. Which I would probably, I would probably go chess praxis over my system. Oh yeah, no. I knew an IM. I haven't talked to him in years, but I knew an IM who was talking about reading Dvortsy's Endgame Manual as part of grinding for GM. He was like, that stuff's difficult. I'm having trouble. Okay. Part 1, centralization. Are we just doing this now? I'm okay with doing this now. I think we're just doing this now. Okay, let me change the stream title so that people don't think I'm lying on the internet. Because do you think people do that? Go on the internet and just lie? Sag? What, do you not want to read chess practice? I feel like there's a lot we can learn. Pull out the board though, don't just read it? Of course not. I have my driver's exam tomorrow. Oh, good luck. Do we read the entire thing or do we cliff note summary? I don't know. I've never read a book on stream. I have only been the tech guy in a stream of book reading. I've never actually done the book reading. And I was the tech guy because I was the only one who knew what live stream software actually was. And so by tech guy, I mean I sat there playing Minecraft. For like 24 hours straight. That's fantastic. Keep in mind, this was years and years ago, but you can still find a upload of the live streams, I believe. I haven't checked in a hot minute, but I'm pretty sure they exist on my personal YouTube channels, or my personal YouTube accounts channel. Okay. Part 1, Centralization. Oh, I forgot to change the title, the actual thing I went for. Boop. Okay. Part 1, Centralization. This is chess practice. I skipped the My System stuff. It's a positional chess book, too. Oh, there's so few good positional chess books out there. So even fewer they really to read. Yeah, I don't think we care about the forward. I usually read the forward, but I don't want to skip to the content of the content, you know what I mean? Part 1, Centralization. This is actually good because it's going to be very good for my chess as well. In modern tournament practice, excellent results can be achieved with centralization. The fact that control of the central squares constitutes in all circumstances a strategic necessity has even up to the present time not been widely known, and so it happens not infrequently that even experienced players slip away from the center. Do you still have the voice echo in your headphones? No. I haven't reset that up since I've come back from the chess tournament. I will at some point, but... We, however, in each individual case, take special care to see to it that every omission committed by the opponent in the center of the board is truly punished. The sins of omission in the center spring either from habitual neglect of strategic necessities, in other words, from, pardon the expression, strategic carelessness. Oh, that's an expression that needs to be pardoned. Or from a passionate commitment to the idea of an attack on the wing. In the first case, the opponent lets the mastery of the center be wrestled from him. In the second, he willingly gives up central control to try his luck at an intrepid raid on the flank. So, something interesting to note here is last stream we had a few viewer games up. Yeah, you want me to put like Subway Surfers up or something? Last what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, last stream, we had a few different viewer games that we analyzed. And in a lot of them, a running trend was the opponent giving up the center and promptly dying. But a flank attack affords a real chance only when the center has been closed or when it can be held firm with minimal commitment of forces. If the latter is not the case, then the attack dies from exhaustion. For it would be unthinkable to be able to combine a difficult attacking formation with an exceedingly difficult defensive formation. Yeah, you just die. Game 3 provides a clear illustration of this. The central breakthrough leads to a complete paralysis. I have almost said a demoralization of the diversionary troops on the flank. The mechanics of centralization are implemented after a conspicuous restraint of any possible mobility on the part of the enemy pawn center by drawing ever narrower circles around the central square complex. In this sense, we rejoice in the winning of every file or diagonal, be it ever so modest, as long as it is directed at the center of the board. But when we have succeeded in bringing about the more ideal long-distance effect in the form of establishing some of our own pieces in the center, then we may be quite satisfied with the success of our policy of centralization. See Game 12. An accumulation of forces in the center, in the middle game, as outlined above, can be exploited to create a strong attack on the flank. For in the final analysis, centralization is not an end in itself, rather for us, it is merely the most rational method of mobilizing available forces for action on the wings. Still, it can be said that a reasonably centralized position can in all circumstances be regarded as consolidated. Still, a centralized position is by no means excluded from dangers. For instance, the opponent could form the idea of removing the pieces from the center by means of exchanges. In this case, the task is to preserve a sufficient balance of centralization into the endgame. Another danger might be glimpsed here, the possibility that the opponent could sacrifice one of his own blockading pieces in order to suddenly expand his own central territory. The danger intimidated here can be parried by adapting to the new circumstances as quickly as possible, sometimes a counter-sacrifice, for the purpose of sharply exploiting a central blockading diagonal, is especially suitable. We shall be content for the time being with these brief preliminary remarks. Everything else will be made clear by the games themselves and their introductory discussions. Okay, so, long story short, the center is important. Without it, you die. If you try to commit your pieces to parts of the board that aren't the center without controlling the center, then you can end up in big problems because you can't do both at the same time. And so you're going to have your forces split. 1. Neglect of the central squares complex as a typical and often recurring error. The concept of the central focusing lens. So, again, it's so very common for people to mess up by giving up the center. Multiple games that we analyzed on stream last stream had that issue. Games 1 to 3. In games 1 and 2, the central domain is neglected for no apparent reason. In game 3, it is ignored for the sake of a flank attack. Such a strategy can only succeed against faulty counterplay. Yeah, so throwing your pawns at your opponent's king while giving your opponent the center must be bad. The laws of chess demand it be bad. And it can only work if the opponent lets it work, if you let it work. The central focusing lens is, to be sure, an imaginary one, yet it is quite an effective instrument that in every case reveals whether the move chosen increases or on the other hand reduces the accumulated effects of our forces. Had Brinkman made use of this central focusing lens in our tournament game in Berlin 1928, he would have hardly chosen the moves he played. So, now we've got our first actual game. Finally, right? d4, d5, knight f3, e6. So, Nimzovich has the white pieces. Bishop f4, knight f6, e3, c5. So far, so good. c3. And so Nimzovich leads by saying that black playing queen b6 is a move that is counter-principled in the sense that it does not contribute to the center. The reason it does not contribute to the center is because after queen b3, knight c6, knight bd2, you can't play bishop d6, which is what you'd want to play. He should have played bishop e7 and tried to castle, but attempted the very dubious knight h5. He abandoned centralizing his pieces and central influence of his pieces, and for that he deserved death. Queen takes, a takes, bishop c7, c4, bishop takes b6. Executing for it. He deserves it. When black now realized that he had to recall his knight with the loss of time. Hence, moving the knight back to f6. Then bishop c7 was played with an advantage. Oh, yeah. Had black not played knight h5, white would have lacked justification for his raid on the position. For example, bishop e7, queen takes b6, a takes b6, bishop c7, c4, queen takes b6, knight d7. And black gets an attack. The point being that you get to push all your pawns, and suddenly your piece quality is quite good. And so you have compensation for the pawn in the form of an open line, and in the form of pieces well placed to take advantage of that open line. Something like b4 is difficult to prevent and difficult to deal with. You really don't want to take and allow knight takes b4. This is a very strong knight. You might have to, though, because anything else looks equally uncomfortable. Too many permanent weaknesses on the queen side. The only reason this entire maneuver worked for white as well as it did, and black had as little counterplay as he did, is because black decentralized one of his pieces. He moved his pieces from a central influencing piece to a non-central influencing piece. You know, we have the phrase knights on the rim are dim. This is a good example of it. And so you end up with the same situation, except black is 2 tempi slower. And 2 tempi is a huge difference when playing aggressive attacking chess. For example, sacrificing a pawn. And for anyone in the audience who's curious about b5, the problem is the bishop can take. There's no meaningfully good way of defending this pawn. Even something like taking on d4, e takes d4, you still can't defend the pawn, which is tragic. Okay, so now the first full game. This was just a miniature starting game to demonstrate the point. Game 1, Aaron Nimzovich versus Carl Ahuse. Berlin, 1928. So, Aaron Nimzovich once again has the white pieces. c4, knight f6, knight c3, c6, e4, d5, e5, d4, exf6, dxc3, bxc3. Okay. G takes f6. So, Nimzovich is saying that play is far clearer after e takes f6. Why is play clear? Because the setup with bishop d6 and castles, and then rook e8 could not be prevented, and you end up with very easy central play for your pieces very quickly. The arrangement would have made centralization, and with that, the greatest possible safeguard against any conceivable surprises. Matters turn out quite differently after the text move. Black very soon gets proud pawn center, certainly, but it is questionable whether this center really gives black cause to be proud. Right? So black's intention in the game was to take with the G pawn and be able to play e5 and get this big center. Nimzovich is well known as a chess player for his influence on the modern style of chess, the modern school of chess, which prioritizes piece play in the center. Not over pawn play, but before pawn play. And so e takes f6 places with your pieces in the center, which is in some cases more important than grabbing this seemingly big center. An example of a line after g takes is knight f3, e5, d4, and if you try to play something along the lines of e4, knight h4, f5, g3, and knight g2, bishop f4, and black's pawns are completely paralyzed. And long term, they're actually quite weak. I'm going to move a rook back and forth to demonstrate the point. Right? Huge weaknesses. Massive weaknesses. And it's very difficult to do anything about it long term. The center can be a weakness, but only when it can be when it is unguarded. And so when you can't play the pieces in the center. These pawns might look nice in the center, but they don't prevent white's piece play, and they actually prevent black's piece play. This bishop doesn't have a very easy square it wants to go to. This bishop has places it can go, but they're not as nice as it was before. King safety is harder to deal with in the short term. E takes poses no such problems, and let's say d4 is played, very natural move. Bishop d6, knight f3, for example, castles, and then the rook comes to e1. Bishop f4. You can also play something like bishop g4, for example. And you just play chess, right? And black is completely fine here. He has very reasonable piece play because all of his pieces are focusing in on the center or around the center. But unfortunately for Nimzovic's opponent, unfortunately for us as the viewing audience, in the game, Nimzovic's opponent played g takes and then played c5. e6 might be better, trying to be a bit more defensive in the center rather than offensive, because you've already got such a concrete weakness there, but c5 is a reasonable attempt, trying to develop your knight and keep your bishop's diagonal open. d5, knight c6, bishop e2, f5. e5 was worth considering and just leaving the pawn there and holding out in the center. Bishop e3, queen a5, that sort of thing. Or even b6. But either way, white will have pressure along the d file long term, and you still end up in a position where black's play isn't as clear as he would like it to be. We're going to turn off the computer analysis, actually. I think it's better without. f5, in my opinion, reeks of desperation. d5, knight a5, knight e5. And Nimzovic says, with this, the game is decided. Bishop d7. The problem, it was something more obvious, like bishop g7, is queen a4 check. Because if you play something like bishop d7, I take with knight, and your knight will hang after queen takes. And so you have to play something very uncomfortable, like king f8. Very, very uncomfortable. And now, you can no longer castle, and I have a firm grip over all the central squares with my pawns, and more importantly, with my pieces. This is a weakness. Your king's a weakness. Huge problems. My bishop can come to h5 at some point. Huge problems for the black pieces because of his inaccurate play in the center. Bishop d7. I'm not going to say it was a better attempt, but it was a different attempt. Bishop h5. Bishop g7. Knight takes ace f7. Queen b6. It's hard to find better moves. Knight takes h8. King f8. Knight f7. Cleanly up a rook. White freely and willingly returns all his material advantage, but he gets a colossal knight on e6. Interesting. This is how it should be done. Do not always desire blindly to hold on to your gains. Play with elasticity. That is, in turn acquired advantages into other advantages. That is the watchword. See, this is going to be interesting, because I didn't know that this is how this game went. I've talked before about how, as someone who plays the Catalan, the hardest part of the Catalan is learning how to be elastic with your advantages. Naturally, at least for me, I really want to hold on to my advantages. But in this position, Nimzovic is saying, okay, you're up a full rook, you give it back. Which, giving back a full rook is crazy. Bishop e8. Knight g5. Bishop takes c3 check. King f1. Not bishop takes d2, because bishop takes h5 is greatly uncomfortable. You have to take with queen, and then bishop takes d2 check. King takes d2, queen b2. Very uncomfortable. Just simply king f1, which is, again, very crazy. Bishop takes a1, knight e6 check. Nimzovic is more than willing to give back a full rook. He didn't try to hold on to the exchange here with like a bishop d2. He didn't try to fix his king structure by just castling. No. He said, you can have my rook. I have something better. Specifically this knight on e6. This is one of the most oppressive pieces you can imagine in chess. King g8, bishop takes e8, rook takes e8. Queen h5. Rook 8. Queen x f5. Queen b4. g3. Queen takes c4, king g2, queen e2. Black is completely helpless, and that really is visible. Now, this is kind of an interesting moment where you're trying to find the most precise way to win. So, what Nimzovich played in the game was bishop d2. The point of bishop d2 is if you take, then I have, I believe, knight g5. And preventing mate seems impossible. The reason this doesn't work immediately is, I believe, because of queen h5. And you guard both. And then something like bishop f6 becomes quite annoying. So bishop d2, if you take, you distract the queen to allow knight g5 and delivering mate. Nimzovich was saying that rook e1 is even cleaner because it works for the same reason. His point being, you can try bishop g7, but then I have bishop b2, which is fascinating. Which begs the question, bishop d2, what happens if takes? Is bishop g7 no longer a threat? Queen takes d2, knight g5, bishop d7, queen e6. Aha, smothered mate. See, that's the thing. If you take, then I have the smothered mate instead of the other mate. Which, isn't that a pretty example? Come on. White has one piece developed, but it's this knight. And so what's interesting, this is kind of a thematic way to end this game, because, and this isn't what happened, but because this knight is the piece that Nimzovich refused to give up and gave up his rook instead of, because he recognized how important this knight is thematically for the position. And so there is a line here where if you take, this knight is what ends up delivering checkmate. This is the main character. Hello, Callum. The opponent played knight c4 instead. You should slay psychic. That's absolutely true. Rook e1. Ouch. Queen takes d2. Knight g5. Knight d6. And Nimzovich says the rest of the game is bloodletting. The knight is a FromSoft protag. Exactly. Queen takes h7, king f8. Queen takes e7. King g8. Queen h7. King f8. Queen h6. King g8. Queen g6. Bishop g7. This is just rude. Be 1500 attacks. I'd read that. Poor bishop, your hour is struck, yet there is solace. You will perish in your native land. Queen h7. King f8. I can't read. Knight e6 check. King e8. Knight g7 check. King d8. Knight e6 check. King e8. And rook e5. Ouch. And this is where black resigned. My book would be that 2 a.m. blitz game, but a page for each move explaining my thought process. Would it just be a blank page with the word chess written in Comic Sans? Getting fragged on home turf. Exactly. This is brutal. This is hard to watch. What's the point of rook e5? Oh, the point is now you get a discovery, but you don't have to move the knight and make it a double check because the queen's no longer attacking the rook. And the queen doesn't have any better way to attack the rook, I don't think. No, I didn't think. Why are you reading this? Exactly. You see, this would be mate if there were a knight there. And you win the game if you made him. Ah, genius. This is a very instructive game. This is why this book is so well known. Beautiful game. Instructive both in central control and also in fluidity. Nimzovich knew, okay, I have this big central lead, and now I got a material lead. I'm giving back the material because I want an even bigger central lead. Beautiful. Type of chess I aspire to play. Okay, game 2. Efim Bogolyubov versus Aaron Nimzovich. So, Nimzovich now has the black pieces. C4, E6, knight F6, knight, no wait, 6, 3, C3, knight F6, E4, C5, G3. Yeah, we'll do this for a bit, and then I think we might do some viewer game analysis, or just some viewer games afterwards. We'll see. Nimzovich says that worth considering is knight f3, knight c6, d4, cx d4, knight x d4, bishop c4, sorry, bishop b4, queen d3, which is a line that Bogolyubov came up with, evidently. Okay, g3. d5, e5, interesting. d4, e takes f6, d takes c3, d takes c3. There isn't, according to Nimzovich, there isn't much wrong with b takes c3. And because after something like queen takes f6, d4, and this is a fine position for white as well. But playing d takes is also perfectly playable. And yeah, the black majority on the king side here won't be able to do a whole lot. Queen takes f6, knight f3. Here, bishop g2 could have been seriously considered. Queen takes, bishop g2, and then knight c6 is the most obvious move. Knight e2. e5, castles, and f2. What? I can't read. Uh-huh. So his point is that in this position, white's bishops, after like black plays something stupid like h6, f3 maybe. f2 to f3? That's stupid. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by f2. I can't read, evidently. Maybe it's enough. Okay, but knight f3. New York 1927. I actually think I've heard of that. Isn't that like Alekhine's most iconic book? h6. Simple friendly development. Bishop g2. Bishop d7. Knight d2. And once again, black's bishops are struggling. Bishop c6. Knight e4. Queen g6. Queen e2. Yeah, should be poked to me. Down in 1946. Yeah, that sounds about right. I knew Alekhine would be. I just couldn't remember when Nimzovich died, because I didn't know if he died young. Alekhine I know died young, so it's fine. What's your rating? Mine is like 2000 chess.com currently. I've hit 2200, but I'm also terrible at chess, and so I dumped Elo. Why do you ask? Ghost of Capablanca. Oh, also Ghost of Capablanca. You could provide some interesting insight into the Alekhine games. Bishop e7. f5, is problematic because of bishop f3 threatening the pin, and then knight d2 afterwards when you have huge problems on the e5 square. So again, creating a backwards pawn in front of your king, it's not worth it, which makes sense. Yeah, and so what Nimzovich is saying here is black's pawn majority on the king side, which is slightly better than white's, since black's does not include any double pawns, has to be restrained. Otherwise black could get a very strong stranglehold on the center and cause some serious problems. My insight into the Alekhine games is that Alekhine was very cute playing with him. I remember blushing a lot. I was not expecting Capablanca Alekhine fan fiction when I started streaming today, but here we are. Truly chess, the most chess Twitch chat of all time. Okay. Castles. Will Doit. H4. What the heck is H4? Can F5 work? Right now or later? Because Alekhine was actually saying that he wants to play F5. The problem is bishop F3 first, because you're threatening to pin the queen to the king, so you have to do something with the queen, and nothing's very comfortable. Something like queen f7 comes to mind, but it doesn't look lovely. And then afterwards, knight d2, and you have a permanent problem. Or was it knight d2? Yeah, when you have permanent problems on the e5 square. It's a good question, though. It's a good enough question that Alekhine directly addressed it in his book.
Nothing will ever be the same.
What do you mean fiction? That's just what happened. Oh, and you were there too. What are you, the ghost of Alekhine? How many ghosts do we have tonight? Bishop b7. Ricotta. H4. Okay, H4. So Nimzovich says that h4 is inaccurate because it neglects the center. He strongly prefers f4, preventing e5 and furthering white's plans. The reason f4 is unnatural to me is because it prevents development of the bishop, although I guess bishop e3 is also quite good. Nimzovich recommends f4, knight d7, bishop d2, and then he's saying king h8, rook a e1.
You never think that you're going to be in a situation like this until you actually
Knight f6. That's not the knight. Knight f6, bishop c1.
Nobody can prepare you for it. It just comes.
Intending to play knight d2 to f3 to e5. Interesting. How many chess books have you gone through? This is the first time I'm reading a chess book on stream. Because up until this point, I'm very concerned with ethics. Which I know sounds stupid for someone streaming on Twitch, but let me cope. And so, no, like in your chess journey? Oh, okay. I've covered Silman's Complete Guide to Chess Strategy. I've covered a book on the Sicilian Dragon. I've covered The Amateur's Mind. And I've read half of Reassess Your Chess, half of Silman's Complete Endgame course, and half of a book on the Catalan. So this is more, I agree with Nimzovich, shocker, that this is a more compelling plan for white. Playing h4 here seems to not prevent black from trying to attack the center, which is what he wants to do given his pawn structure. And I don't think it's that productive just in general. So f5, knight d2, bishop takes g2. See, the difference here is there's no bishop f3 nonsense. Because there's no pin. So, bishop takes g2 is just available. King takes g2. Also, you might be thinking about this. Does not work. The knight goes back to f3. And, does not look fantastic. How bad is this? Bishop takes h4, knight f3. Okay, what happens if I go bishop back to f6? Hold on a second, I'm curious. What's the problem here? Oh, you can't because you lose e6, and this is, like, way more important. Okay, no, that makes sense. Because after I take on e6, you want to actually go king h7, I think. Just to defend the queen. Yeah, but I see why you wouldn't want to play this. Doesn't look comfortable. For improvement, what do you rank reading chess books out of 10? Like 1 out of 10, 1 being 10 being good, 1 being bad. It's like an 8.5 or a 9. It's the best thing you've got other than like direct coaching, which is expensive and I've never done because I'm a broke college student. No, I did not. Uh-huh. Okay, I thought I knew what that meant, but I googled it and I was sure. I'm not a huge socialist. Not a huge fan of that as a political ideology or an economic ideology, I suppose. I feel like full-on socialism. Like, I get the social democracy sort of thing, but I don't think books are as good as a coach even with self-discipline. You can't ask books questions the way you can ask coach questions. That's my personal opinion, though. Anyway, so you don't want to play this. Bishop takes g2. Agree, disagree? Well, yeah, I know. I don't usually go into politics super deep because I don't find it productive. There are plenty of places on the internet where you can go super deep and learn a ton about politics. And my issue is that most of it just becomes insanely divisive for no meaningfully amazing outcome. I would love to talk about politics if I could do it in a non-divisive way. And so I end up talking a lot about politics in private with friends, but I have yet to find a way to keep it reasonable in public and on the internet. So there's always political discussion everywhere. Because it's a fascinating topic to me, especially as someone who used to live in the US but now has kind of left and now is kind of outside of that bubble. Looking in, now I get an outside perspective. It's fascinating. It really is. But there's no non-incendiary way of going about it because people conflate not agreeing with their philosophy as a moral evil. And people on all sides. This is not a call out post of cancel culture. It's everyone is like this. I'm not sure how it happened. I have some my guesses, but I'm not 100%. Feels like it happens so fast. Very weird. Anyway, king takes g2. I'm assuming bishop takes h4 here has the same problem, where you can't go back this way, and if you go back any other way, then I get this, which is uncomfortable. Yeah, and then like rook h1, and I've gotten a actually meaningful attack. Okay. c6, knight c6, right? Knight f3, right. Intending bishop f4, right. If I can play bishop f4 after knight f3, let's say black plays something slow like a6, then the problem is I'm completely locked down e5. I can play rook a e8 e1 or even rook f e1, and I have prevented black's central expansion and created a permanent weak square and a permanent backwards pawn. Very, very problematic for white. So f4 is what Nimzovich plays here, which is a very interesting move. Bolting the door. There now follows a last attempt at consolidation, after which White's game collapses. F4 is a beautiful move. F4, let me just promote this to the main line. F4, you have bishop, not bishop, rook E1, and rook F6. Beautiful stuff. Just calmly knowing and noticing the important parts of the position and playing for them. Queen E4. F takes G3. F takes G3. Bishop D6. The weakness of G3, the inadequate development, and the exposed king side, all this is too much even for a centralized position. Now we're able to appreciate how much damage was done by H4. Looks like an anti-positional game to me, but that's because I'm trash. What do you mean? What's interesting about this book is it's assuming a certain amount of foreknowledge. More foreknowledge than I'm used to chess books assuming. Which I'm not going to say is inherently a bad thing, but it's interesting. Isolate e-pawn, weakness of the e5 square. That's isolated. Double pawns on the c file. Yeah, see what's interesting about those, about all of those, is that they're all dynamics rather than weaknesses. What you said, all of those things you mentioned are all objective weaknesses. But what's so instructive about this is that both sides have gotten compensation for that. Working backwards, the doubled c-pawns, the reason White took with the e-pawn and kept these double c-pawns is because he gets very open lines and fast development for his pieces. So he gets a lot of activity. The e5 square, Black plays f5 to accept the e5 square as a weakness because he recognizes that this pawn majority needs to get moving. It's his only meaningful advantage in the position. Otherwise, White has better developed pieces and better control over a lot of important files and diagonals. So, if Black wants to actually play the game of chess for the win, he should be playing for his big advantage, which is this central pawn structure. This is a central pawn majority, effectively. So he needs to be playing for the center and kicking the opponent's pieces out as a main way of doing that. Yeah, and I'm not going to say it's a weakness of your play, because that's a little bit more strong. That's a little bit too strong of a term, but it definitely is something that is difficult to do as someone at our level, right? Because the move f5 is a move, it's like the bell curve memes, you know, where it's like herder f5. No, you can't play f5, you create a backwards pawn on e6. Herder f5, you know what I mean? It's knowing when to kind of pull the trigger on these more extreme maneuvers. Now, this is an older book, and so defensive resources were really amped up by engines. So I'm sure a lot of this won't be 100% accurate. That being said, it's better enough than us that we can still learn a lot from it. And we can kind of learn about those times when the computer proves it wrong at a later date, when that's a more important part of our chess journey. G4, you have to try something. Queen takes e4, rook takes e4. Rook f8. Rook e3. Rook f4. The less experienced reader should observe the work along the open file. Oh, yeah, I've heard politics in India have gotten spicy recently. And again, the open files are doing work for black now. Because now black's pieces are better positioned to control central squares. To focus in on the center, right? These two pieces are doing nothing, and white has a lot of problems with these pawns. This knight's more of a weakness than a strength. Like, the fact that it's here means that black gets a tempo by playing rook f8, right? Rook a f8. If it was like here or something, that wouldn't be a threat. Huge problems. Okay. g5. You have to try something. Rook takes e6 might look good, but I have rook takes g4. And king f2. 95 is moderately problematic. And something like king g3 doesn't work, I would assume, for this reason. My Instagram is filled with anti-India stuff. I would not like to continue the topic because there's a lot to say and might get me in trouble. Interesting. It's part of the problem with algorithms in their current state. You end up in a position where, because they're seeking interaction at any cost, being inflammatory is optimal. g5. Rook g4 check, king h1. H takes g5, h takes g5. Or king f7, look at that. Knight g1. On g6 check, you should be playing king f6 and not king e7, because knight h2, rook h8, rook e2, rook gh4, and you end up with this check. So you would rather actually have the king be on f6 to prevent any funky bishop checks in the future. But that's not what white played. White instead played knight g1, rook h8, knight h3, king e7. I wonder what the point of this move is. b3, bishop f4. Ah, that's the point of this move. Yeah, your black wanted to play bishop f4, but he couldn't, because if you play bishop f4 in this position, you get hit with rook f3, and this is highly uncomfortable. So, he simply plays king e7, knowing that white does not have any productive moves. Here, bishop f4, rook f3, knight e5, and white resigned. This is a brutal position. Wow, that's a pretty way to end it. Because no matter how you take, you're dead. If you take here, it's mate in 1, right? If you take this way, then I take your rook, and you can't prevent rook takes h3 checkmate. It's unstoppable. And your king is stuck, and he doesn't have any way to come to the defense. The rook can't even defend anything. You're still mated. It's quite pretty. That's the thing. Despite the fact that positional chess and openings, and even endgames, have evolved a lot since the 30s or the 20s, you still have these older players having fantastic calculating ability, and so you still see these stunning tactics and these fancy finishes. Okay, game 3. Now, after game 3, we're at least going to take a break. Okay. Aaron Nimzovich versus Theodor von Schieve. Knight f3, d5, d3, knight c6, d4. For now, the enemy c-pawn is blocked by the knight. e6. It says knight f6 is better. This is such a funny thing. Because nowadays, this is what I mean when I say you look at stuff and some of it doesn't quite hold up. Nowadays, this is the Chigorin. And I'm not going to call it the best response to d4, but it's like a known response that is playable. Right, you have people like Richard Rapport and Ding Loren playing it, and Maxime, and Magnus, right? So nowadays, we consider the Chigorin not a mistake. Versus at this time, d3, knight c3, knight c6, d4, it's considered bad enough for black to play a Chigorin that it's worth wasting a tempo to get there. How fascinating is that? I mean, again, another famous thing about Nimzovich is that he was notoriously staunchly for his principles and for his concepts. And so for him, wasting a tempo to prevent your opponent from playing actively in the center is a no-brainer. Really shows the mental state that he's in. Again, this would be considered stupid by modern standards. I'm pretty darn sure. Yeah, no, this is not very good. And meanwhile, if we look at this, enhance, he lists it as a fantastic move. d4 with an exclamation mark. He puts an exclamation mark on d4. That's how confident he is that it's a good move. How fascinating is that? It'd be so easy to say, oh, look at him. Stupid. No. That's why reading these older books is important. Is because going through this phase of your chess journey where this makes sense to you is important. Trying to skip a step and start playing like Magnus directly is nigh impossible. Okay. e6. Nimzovich thought knight f6 was better. It's fascinating. It really is super telling. Bishop f4. Yeah, sure. Yeah, bishop g4. Or bishop f5, but I would say bishop g4 as well. Bishop g4 is the thing in these positions. But yeah, bishop f5. You just play chess. d4, bishop f5, reverse Jobava. Yeah, but you're not playing d4 immediately. He's wasting a tempo to play. So you're getting the reverse Jobava. Yeah, so you're getting reverse Jobava because you gave him back a tempo. And so you are just playing the Jobava. Which that's the whole point. That's my point here, right? The fact that the Jobava is an opening that exists. Like, white will go for this. White will play this move. It's not the best move in this position, but it's a completely playable move. And you just say, okay, now I'm playing now I'm playing effectively a Jobava move. Although I'm pretty sure e3 and then like e6 and now you play knight c3. I don't remember. I don't know my Jobava lines, but my point is, it's fascinating looking into this and seeing how different opinions we have on some things. Okay, e6, e3, knight f6, c4. Nimzovich would flip the table if he lost to d3, d5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, bishop f5. Yeah, no. You are absolutely correct. And if his opponent tried to convince him that it was actually quite good for black, not just that he lost, because, you know, you can lose a position where you're better. You know, you can lose in a bad opening. Or in a good opening, I suppose. But the fact that his opponent tries to convince him that it's actually a completely sound and reasonable way of playing, he would be greatly offended. c4, bishop e7, knight c3, castles, bishop d2, knight e4. Correctly played. Observe, by the way, that the penetration... correctly played. Listen to that. Correctly played. That's his comment on this game so far. Correctly played. Fascinating. Observe, by the way, that the penetration by this knight could hardly have been fended off by bishop d3 instead of the bishop d2 played. For example, knight b4, bishop e2, and then c5. Which this he's right about. Absolutely. Bishop d2, knight e4, and now bishop d3. f5. Not particularly good. A stone wall is not playable with a knight on c6. Black should have contented himself with the modest knight takes d2, queen takes d2, knight b4, queen, bishop e2, takes c5. Wait, why did he play bishop d2? That's a good question. What do you recommend instead of bishop d2? Do you recommend bishop e2? a3? a3 in order to play bishop e3? One moment. I don't love a3. Maybe it's fine. a3 looks playable. Is there a reason a3 is bad? It's a little slow. But I don't see a way to punish it. Maybe his concern is knight a5 here? Or maybe takes then knight a5? To play c5? Because now you're guaranteed to get c5, right? And this bishop's still terrible. Maybe this is his concern? I'm not even saying this is particularly good for black, but if Nimzovich is trying to play in a way where he's very aggressively playing for the center and trying to prove black stupid by saying your knight's on c6, it doesn't belong on c6, then this makes sense as a way to do it. And the problem is, in this position, you can't really go for it because you're king, right? This falls with check, and that's uncomfortable. I don't think that can be correct. Maybe after c6 you're fine. Maybe even I go bishop check here instead of a queen check, and I just go back to a4 or something. The point being, allowing checks on this diagonal, I'm sure there's some specific reason why you wouldn't want to play in this way. Heck, maybe you go check, and if blocks with c6, then you just play bishop d3. And your accomplishment is this knight stranded, you're threatening b4, and it can't go back to c6, and you can't play c5. Right? So you can't play knight a5 in this position after takes, but after castles, now it is a meaningful threat. Right? So if you mess around with a3, then you find out. That would be my guess. And bishop d2 prevents this how? b3 could also be interesting in instead of a3. B3's fine. The problem is you always end up with this bishop b4 stuff. And that's always a little annoying. I mean, maybe it's fine here, but I'm always a little uncomfortable. No, I'm not sure if this is the way to go about it, but and so bishop b3 is always annoying because the pawn no longer guards the knight. I mean, it's not yeah, I don't trust it for that reason. Because you have to play bishop d2, right? There's not really another option. Bishop b2, I suppose, but it can't be good. So bishop d2, knight e5. Maybe you have to play like queen c2. But this just looks ugly. It just looks ugly. Maybe it's fine, but I would not want to play it. I could play like rook e8 and try to play e5. I wouldn't want to play this. Insane huge news as well. Jordi Greep is playing in Budapest in October. Now, I guess is going to Budapest in October. Well, I still haven't listened to the Jordi Greep song, so I don't know if I care. That's a joke. I do care. Okay, I'll listen to that song. The engine gave a3 in that position. Again, I'm not saying a3 is garbage. I'm just saying the reason why Nimzovich didn't play it. Because that's part of what we're analyzing here. Same venue I saw BCNR in. Was it any good as a venue? Again. I'm just saying I'm him. No, a3 makes sense. I would play a3. I would play a3 because I don't think that this knight from the pawn is that terrible. Like, I don't want the knight from the pawn if I'm black here, but like I'm not afraid of it in the way Nimzovich appears to be. Simply because I'm so used to it. Bishop d2. Yeah, so that's my reason. b3 I patently disagree with though. This move I disagree with. a3 I think is, I would play it, I like it, but b3 I patently disagree with. I don't think there's a good argument for this move. I mean, I guess you could play take with knight here, but then immediately I play e4. Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, I've fallen for that tactic before. You have to always be careful of that. Yeah, it looks uncomfortable. Well, then learn to dance the salsa to figure it out. That seems like an obvious solution to me. I know how to dance the salsa. Well, then dance the salsa to it. I have knight b3 here. Gone, I have knight b3. Ah, that's fair. Queen x b3, queen x d3, queen b4. You can't castle, though. You've lost your castling rights. You can't argue that this looks good for you. That's a joke. Oh. Well, knight b3 exists. And actually, this looks quite annoying. Because now I can take on c5 with knight. Or I can actually take with bishop. If you move the rook. Which I'm assuming you have to move the rook. This looks ugly. Maybe it's playable, but it's hideous. I wouldn't want to play it. Maybe you can get away with something like this, though. I don't like it. Engine gives bishop takes h7, and then queen takes b3. Okay, that makes sense. I don't want to take with knight or something. And queen takes b3. Still looks uncomfortable. Yeah, because first off, I can take my pawn back. So I can now take on c5 because there's no b4. I've got the bishop pair. So I've sacked a pawn. But in return for my pawn, I get active pieces. You would have to castle here, but then b6, bishop a6. Actually, it's quite active. I get a really strong bishop pair for this. Or I guess bishop b7, actually. Bishop a6 would be if you don't castle. Or check, maybe I could sack another pawn and play bishop a6. This probably doesn't work, but it's very funny. This is probably terrible, but it's very, very funny. Because there's something to be said about preventing your opponent from castling. That king doesn't look very happy. Now, again, it can't be worth it, but it's just a lot of material. It's just a lot of material. It's 3 pawns. It's too much. Because worst case scenario, I suppose I'd take, and then play like knight b5. Actually, hold on, I can't play knight b5. Okay. Maybe I'm cooking? Am I cooking? I'm probably not cooking. Again, you could just play bishop takes c5. There's no reason to be fancy. I just like being fancy. I would say this is a wide open center where I have the bishop pair. That's called compensation. And a very strong bishop pair. Both my bishops are very easily placed on their ideal diagonals. Yeah, but rook d1? Okay. Why am I scared of rook d1? What? Why is that a problem? Or something silly like queen f6. Probably isn't good, but sure. Queen f6, play bishop b7. Even better. I'm not afraid of rook d1. Maybe you have 94 here. Yeah, okay, so queen c7. Queen f6 is if I could get away with it, but if you have 94, then I want queen c7. Because there's knight b5 can't be a good move. I just play queen c6 and then go for this fun. Play a knight g5 or something. But, these bishops are still insanely strong. And getting the d file back isn't going to be difficult. I play bishop b7, then rook fe... I don't know which rook. I would say rook f. Rook f d1, and this bishop doesn't have anywhere to go. Something like e4 looks hideous because you're just inviting this. Yeah, you can't clamp on the file. This is a very difficult piece to develop, which means connecting your rooks is hard to develop. It's hard to do. And my bishops just activate very quickly. I have compensation. I don't know how much compensation I have, but I have some compensation. This is a very easy position to say that black has compensation. How much is unclear. That's... Yeah, it's saying like half a pawn better for white, which isn't that bad. You have to play e4, of course, to get this bishop out. Then bishop b7. And it's saying rook e1 to play bishop e3. Yeah, McDonald's is no good. That's how desperate it is to get out of this. Knight f6, h3. Oh yeah, in speed chess, you take black any day. Even in classical, this is not a simple position to play as white. Black is very active. And so seeing rook d... I mean, do you even play rook d1? Yeah, rook d1, then this, and... Again, b6 might not even been good. I'm just saying. Okay, so it looks like here you're supposed to take with king. Because this knight's better placed, which... Okay, sure. And now you go queen d3. And the difference is you bring your pieces in faster. So this makes more sense, but... This looks even more clear. Evidently knight takes was inaccurate. This is a better way of playing. Which makes sense because if you're going to prevent white from castling, you want to play fast. And so moving a knight backwards is not playing fast. The opening wasn't dumb. It was just... old. Ah, that makes sense. See, that's why McDonald's exists. Looked dumb. It did look dumb. But that's because of our modern biases. Okay, wait, I want to know something. I want to know how stupid b6 is. It's definitely bad. Don't get me wrong. But let's say in the knight takes line, you take. How stupid is b6? Okay, so b6 is dumb. But you don't want to know why it's dumb. We're going to KFC if it was on the way. KFC isn't much better. You want to know why it's dumb? I love chess. I also hate chess. You castle? No. C6. That's why. I prevent your bishop from activating. That's so cool. C6. If you take on b6, bishop a6, I have full compensation. I have full compensation. It's plus 0.3 and I'm down 3 pawns. I'm down 3 pawns. And it's plus 0.3. Come on. I was cooking. KFC is not goated. KFC's only goated because y'all have never had Chick-fil-A. And if you get greedy and take this pawn, suddenly black is better. Black is better in this position. I was cooking. Three pawns down. Connected passers on the queen side, and black is better. I told you. I was telling you the pawn sacrifice. You shouldn't take. White should not take the pawn. White shouldn't get greedy. I told you, man. This is so in the spirit of the position. Again, it's saying, like, play e4 and let me get away with it. Play e4 and, like, bishop e3. Chill. Or, I mean, bishop takes c5 is probably also fine here. And then this transposes into the line we were playing before. But again, the problem and the reason this is not very playable is c6. And then queen c7, knight d4. And I clamp down on your position. I don't take the material. And now something like knight b5 is actually very annoying. Hold on a second. Is it saying what I think it's saying? It's saying like knight f6. Yeah. Taking the pawn is dubious. Because even if you don't get greedy and take on a7 and you just sit here, I don't know, play something like b7. Or don't touch it at all and just bishop d2. I have compensation. No, I'm telling you, Gon. And see, that would be fun. Because this is the Catalan player in me. This is such a standard Catalan idea where you sack the pawn on b6 to get like crazy fast bishop play and prevent your opponent from castling. It's a very standard thing. It's a normal move to play in the Catalan. Stinking Magnus Carlsen did it to Jan in the World Championships, and Jan didn't take the pawn. And Jan was like, nope, I'm good. Even though taking the pawn was objectively fine, he was not wanting to do that. No more Rui. No, this is why I like chess 960s, because chess 960 you get stuff like this, where you get to be creative right off the bat. Yeah, chess 960 feels wrong only because it's so new. Again, knight b5, queen takes b6. You've got problems. a4, rook a b8. Castles, should be 7. Then, I mean, yes, you can. It's just more difficult because both players have to think on move 1. Also, absolutely have to play Baldur's Gate 3. I watched some stuff and it does feel like a labor of love. It's on my list of games to play. It's just a really big game, and I'm currently working through Disco Elysium, so I don't have the time for it. Because you can't play Disco Elysium and Baldur's Gate 3 at the same time. I feel like your brain would explode. Even Magnus Bonner's queen from my pawn, I would not take. I ain't losing up queen. Is this a yawn alt account? I've heard Disco Elysium is good. I'm only like 10 hours into it. The writing is fantastic. Okay. I'm going to give you a very non-spoiler reason why Disco Elysium is good. I'm going to describe in not very deep detail my first 10 minutes of playing. Okay? But it's not going to be in very deep detail. It's not going to be a spoiler. Right? So, my first time starting up Disco Elysium, I know nothing about this game. It has the writing, it has your intro, whatever. Evidently, I'm playing as a drunk guy. So I wake up, and my first objective is to just walk around the room and get dressed, because evidently I'm having the world's wickedest hangover. Okay? So, in the stat creator, a little bit of background. In the stat creator, I put everything into intelligence and charisma. I got like no muscles, okay? None. Nothing whatsoever in the physical department. It is purely intelligence and charisma, because I am going to go for the Riz detective route. I don't know if there is a Riz detective route, but I'm going to make a Riz detective route. Okay? So, nothing into stamina. So, as part of the introduction, my tie is hanging on a ceiling fan. And when I reach up to get my tie from the ceiling fan, I fail a stamina roll, have a heart attack, and die. Game over. Within my first 10 minutes of playing the game. That was my first experience with Disco Elysium. I was in love. That was my first 10 minutes. I swear, I spent like 10 minutes staring at the black screen, jaw on the floor, because I didn't even think the game would do that. I like the gall, the guts it takes to kill your player in the first 5 minutes of the game for trying to pick up a tie or to get a tie off of a ceiling fan. The sheer bravery it takes. I died of a heart attack The character was like, oh, it's probably just heartburn. And then my maxed out intuition stat. No, listen. So my character's like, oh, it's probably just heartburn. And then my maxed out intuition stat told me it's not heartburn, you're having a heart attack. And then I died. That's what how it went down. So I guess my maxed out intuition stat was good for something, right? No. I'm telling you, Disco Elysium, I doesn't feel like you can do anything because, you can't do anything in real life either. It's not trying to let you do anything. It's trying to let you be anyone, sort of thing. And it's not afraid to smack you when you do something stupid, which is both really cool and really scary. Actions have actions at least feel like they have consequences. Either I picked the route that they really expected me to pick, or actions have consequences. Because people's opinions are changing of me and I'm getting different dialogue options. So either it's the most linear game of all time with the best and most convincing facade of all time, or it's actually insanely customizable. Can't do anything mostly because you die from brain aneurysm when I was failing a shoe tying check. No, but that's only because I put nothing into stamina. Like 0 points. Literally 0 points. Posture check. You can put everything into stamina and solve all the problems by punching people in the face. Actually, I think you can. It's shown as an option, I think. But it is cinema. I honestly, when I saw that, I was like, oh. You can IRL too? Exactly. The writing is fantastic. The writing is utterly fantastic. It really, really is. The art direction I like quite a lot too. But... And again, I'm not that deep into it. How many hours am I? Let me actually check. I think 10, but that might be an undershot. I haven't played it in a while because I've been so busy, and it's like a novel. 6 hours. It felt like 10. Any opinion on the Creep song? I don't really get it. It's like, it's fine. I enjoyed it, but I don't understand why it's that fantastic. Anyway, 6.1 hours. So there's palpable tension in Disco Elysium. Now, the reverse of that is sometimes I roll high and just turn into like a living legend. Honestly, it's very interesting. Is he a weirdo? Yes, next question. His name is Greep. What do you think? He's a completely normal and neurologically uninteresting individual. Yeah, but you have to remember something, Rexport. I didn't really like Black Midi either. I'm not a huge Black Midi fan. I'm not a Black Midi hater, but Black Midi's a band. That was a piano synthesizer thing. It is also that. It's like a weird genre, like Rush E. But Black Midi is also the name of a band who are like aggressive experimental alt jazz rock. I like one of their songs, but otherwise it's a little bit too much for me. They are very well liked and well respected though. What's the name of it? Oh yeah, they're on indefinite hiatus because they hated each other or something. And Rexpor is hard coping about it because he really quite likes them. Ooh. Mm-hmm. There's lore here. Okay. Built like a semi. Yeah, I wish. Built like my Skoda City Go. I need to get shredded. That's what I need to do. Can you imagine me if I were shredded? Spent like 20 minutes looking at the A3 line going off on another tangent. That's what you're here for, boys. That's what we're chilling. Talking about having heart attacks in video games and going off on a tangent. It's winter. Bulk up. It is not winter where I live. Fun fact. Fun blobfish fact. Hello, Hentai. We're reading chess praxis. Or at least we're trying. We're getting distracted very frequently. Not for me either. It just feels like summer's over. Summer's about to be over for me. I have a test on Monday. Oh, I'm gonna fail it again. I'm not happy. Literally a skill issue. I'm reading something which you might like. Ooh, what is that? A3, bishop f6, queen c2, king h8, rocada. A6. Probably to avoid knight b5. It was time, however, to forego all thought of the stonewall attack with the simple knight takes d2. Yeah. It seems like Nimzovich philosophically disagrees with it. Martha Wells, Murderbot series. I've actually had that recommended to me. Believe it or not. Guess what, chicken butt? Also, I saw a random post on Reddit where someone posted a asked, "Is my music taste bad?" My immediate thought was yes, absolutely. Then I realized most of the albums are of Rate Your Music. Then I realized that the same people don't use Rate Your Music, and Hopster objectively isn't basic. What was their music taste though? Because see, there's different types of basic. You little rebel. It won several Hugo and Nebula awards. Interesting. I had it recommended. I googled it and I wasn't sure if it was something I'd like. Well, if I have it recommended by 2 people, that's more than I have most books recommended by. Billie Eilish is actually not bad at all. It's quite good. I like I've only listened to a few Billie Eilish songs and I like the few I've listened to. I need to listen to a full album. Can I just link the post? Yeah, go for it. These 2 good artists. Billie Eilish is good. Okay, come on. Come on. You could pick a lot worse basic artists. It's about an artificial intelligence gone rogue. Yeah, and to my knowledge, a large part of it is the internal turmoil coming from the artificial intelligence gaining emotions. Billie Eilish's Bass Taylor Swift? No. Okay, no. Now you can stop. That's slander. You can't. No. I'm sorry. No. I don't even like Billie Eilish that much, but no. Not slander if it's true? Absolutely. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, so this is exactly... I don't care who's higher on Spotify charts. Spotify charts are meaningless. reads like a train. Small booklets. I finish them in 2 or 3 hours. Oh, really? Okay, that makes me want to read it more, actually. Because I don't want to buy a whole book and then not like it. I've done that before. It's annoying. I finished it anyway because I didn't want to just read a book and then stop, buy a book and then not read it. To be fair, it was an interesting book, even though I didn't enjoy it, but whatever. Don't double down, Callum. Just take the L. Take the L. Okay? There's no way you can win this. Also, looking at this, this is what I mean when I say there are multiple types of basic. I'm not listening to Taylor Swift and Billie. Okay, do you have ears? I feel like that's an important question to start with that we might not have started with. Taylor isn't that bad either? No. There's far worse than Taylor Swift. The thing is, Billie Eilish is actually good. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so this is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean when I say there are different types of basic. Because this is like typical Fantano core basic, right? I know Fantano doesn't like My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, but all the Fantano fans do. So it still qualifies as Fantano core. I wouldn't say baby's first indie. I would say it's just... There's nothing controversial. There's nothing unique. There's nothing that that surprises me that it's there. Which, to be fair, is not a bad thing. This is not an insult. The person's asking if their taste is basic. It's only basic in the sense that it's very consistent internally. It's not bad. This is not an insult, because who cares if it's basic? If you enjoy your music, you enjoy your music. Do you think Billie are overrated? I could agree that Billie Eilish is overrated. Just because she's good doesn't mean she's not overrated. Those are two separate terms. Godspeed Black Emperor, which is a bit more out there. Is it? I feel like Godspeed Black Emperor is also really just very well known. I get not liking something, you don't have to be pretentious about it. Maybe it's just not written for you. Beats, get that rational take out of here. This is Twitch. You're not allowed to have a calm, rational take. What is this? Reasonable discussion. This is an online forum. This is a Twitch chat. Yeah, but none of this is known, not none of it, but very little of this is known by the general public a lot. Like, there are a lot of albums that people in general public know, but not listen to regularly. Fantano's right about everything because he's jacked. Now, Fantano has a lot of bad takes. Hate everything. There you go. Thank you. Good job, Beats. I've never listened to Godspeed You Black Emperor, whatever it was. Didn't like it that much? Oh. I don't care how jacked he is. No, I know the guy is in very good shape. Doesn't stop him from having some bad takes. I mean, he wouldn't even rate Skinty Fia because he thought it was so basic and boring. Like, come on, what kind of take is that? Skinty Fia isn't the best album of all time, but it's definitely not basic and boring. Forget giving it a 9. He wouldn't even rate Skinty Fia. We live in a liftocracy. No. What animal could you take in a fight? I could take a lot of animals in a fight. Skinty Fia is a great concept album. That's what I'm saying. But he wouldn't even rate it. Ants and 9, I low-key agree. Because the concept is I love Ireland. It's not a... See, that's the thing. It's not just love. If it were just I love Ireland, then it'd be boring. It's a very complex relationship with Ireland. Biggest animal? I don't think... I think you underestimate ostriches. I'm going to level with you. Think you underestimate me? I don't know. I don't think so. A whale if I far away from water? That's what I'm thinking. Can I pick a T-Rex because they're extinct? And so, like, I'd only have to fight bones? I think I can win against bones. You're not taking an ostrich. That's what I'm saying. No, but, memes aside, Beats, I do agree. Now, I would say there is some objective element to art. However, I think the objective element in art is a lot less clear and a lot less pervasive than a lot of people call it out to be. Ostriches are very strong. True. No, but no. Here's the question, Callum. Callum, do you have that dog in you? Because if you do, then maybe I could take it. How are there objective elements to art? What do you mean, how are there objective elements to art? How are there not? I think it's... Everything is an interpretation. I disagree with that. That I disagree with. For example, auditory resolution is objective. And I would say there are not no examples, but there are few examples where making a song sound technically worse or like sound technically terrible makes the song better. Now the question is, objectively good art? I'm not talking about non-objective meaning is what I'm getting at here. I didn't say there's objective meaning. I said there is some objective element to quality. I took philosophy, aesthetics, uni. There's no answer to all that. How do you mean there's no answer to all that? Do you mean there's no universally agreed upon answer? Because that's different. That's not saying the same as there's no answer. I don't care if people universally agree upon it. I can have my opinion that I hold to and that is internally consistent. I think I could take a Velociraptor. Bro is actually delusional. Bro is off the deep end. I would assume there's an objective meaning to art. Nah, I disagree. We've been over this, Rexpo. I don't think there's objective meaning in art because I think art itself is defined as the interplay between the person who made it and the person on the receiving end. So an objective meaning would imply that every person consuming the art has the same mental space. I don't agree with that. The 7-year-old who watches Fight Club clips and thinks that Brad Pitt is a singer has a valid interpretation. What does a valid interpretation mean? What about music and color theory then? What about music and color theory? Music theory. He's talking about music theory and color theory. Two separate things, I assume. Unless there's some combined theory that I don't know about. So the 7-year-old has a valid take in the fact that his take is valid of the art in the sense of the clip, but it's not valid in the sense of the movie. Separate, I mean. Yeah, I assumed you mean separate. Because the clip is a separate art piece than the movie itself. And so most of the times the clip take things in a certain context in order to imply all of the meaning that the 7-year-olds are taking out of it. So it is valid in the sense that it's reflective of something, but isn't reflective of the film nor of reality. I will not get off my high horse. I am a Twitch streamer. It is my job to be on a high horse. Or it's not a job. I do it for passion out of the sport because I'm not paid enough for this to be my job. I just think that there's some objective meaning to an art piece if the artist making it had an intention to convey a certain idea. What I'm also saying is that if it isn't conveyed by the artist, you can't know. I disagree because I think works can end up meaning something different than what the artist intended. I think the artist's intention does matter to an extent, but it does not strictly define the work. I don't get modern art, neither do I. I mean, I get it, but I don't enjoy it. But then the meaning is an objective meaning, which I don't think there's such thing as objective meaning. I just said this. There's objective intended meaning, but meaning itself isn't defined by what was intended. Except I was like, see, that's what I mean. That is literally the opposite of the theme of Fight Club. It's the opposite of the point of Fight Club, right? Which was part of what was so interesting about the movie. But the clips have taken that out of context and made that into the message, which is why I'm saying that's a valid opinion for the clips, but not a valid opinion of the actual movie or work itself. I disagree with that, because I don't think it's simple enough to do that. I know what you're talking about with the platonic ideals sort of things, but I'm not sure if I do agree with platonic ideals to begin with, but I definitely don't agree with it in the sense of meaning in art, because I think there are multiple valid interpretations. There's probably a finite number, and not every interpretation is valid, but there are definitely multiple valid interpretations. Again, Fight Club, not to get political, but it's like the right-wing people misunderstanding Fight Club, American Psycho 40K or whatever it is. I don't know if 40K has to do with anything, but what right-wing people? Are you talking about the teenagers online? I've never seen anyone seriously, like any adult who's not already delusional, seriously interpret Fight Club or American Psycho as being positive towards toxic masculinity, because it's just so clearly not the intended message of the work, like explicitly not. Are there extractions of meaning not as valid as mine? No, they are not, because they're explicitly not what the work says. I like photography better than drawing and painting. I don't care for painting in general. Drawing, yeah, I actually kind of agree about the photography thing. I think it depends. I don't care for much of them in general. And left-wing people are much better at understanding media. You in Praise of Shadows. Even like Big Joel isn't fantastic. Maybe it's a productive discussion. I think it's very productive, because to my knowledge, we're all being very polite. So I think it's interesting. Even if no one ends up convincing the other person of anything, me further understanding your opinion is in and of itself valuable. That's kind of something that I think is missing in discourse in general, is the principle that just having a better understanding of an opposing viewpoint is in and of itself productive. Nobody needs to be convinced of anything for a discussion to be productive. I'm learning nothing and I understand less. Well, if you understand less, then that means that I would expect that to mean you're confused. Maybe it doesn't, but yeah, it's when media not can be political, but must be political. Political media does exist, but not all media is made with explicit political intent, and so not all media can be judged as if it was made with explicit political intent. There is something to be said for interpretations of media and their unintended political undertones, but often those aren't nearly as strong as they're played out to be. You know, like they're made to be a bigger deal than they are. Can't remember the word. Debate, discussion. What are you talking about? I don't like the term debate. Because, like, the very dumb, obvious example is, like, the Mario games being reinforcing modern gender rules sort of thing because Mario's saving the princess, right? I'm not going to say that that is wrong in the sense that it doesn't display some facet of reality, but it's such a minor undertone and minor side note on everything Mario represents that making it into a big deal is quite silly. Discussing it as part of a greater picture about the way our very simple and non-controversial art still reinforces commonly held beliefs is, it could be interesting, but it's not. Oh yeah, I forgot Mario was communist, my bad. It's every Twitch chat? Yeah, but we do it better. Okay. Thank you, wise one. I don't like the debates. Yeah, again, like those ones I'm not sure about, but like, wait, so just to clarify, so I don't strawman you, please. If an interpretation of a work clashes with the author's intention, is invalid. No. If the interpretation of a work clashes with the work itself, the author's intention can end up not coming through in a work. It's happened before. Many times before. That a work intended for one thing ends up being another. Or, yeah. Bowser's the bourgeoisie. No. I don't believe that the author's intention is the end-all be-all. I think art's too big for that. That's what you said about Fight Club? That was a valid opinion? That's not what I said. I said that Fight Club, trying to interpret Fight Club as being, as encouraging men to release their inner wolf and toxic masculinity, the whole 9 yards, conflicts with the movie itself. The movie itself very explicitly makes it clear that's not its message. It's the same like American Psycho being a being encouraging of business culture in America. It so clearly isn't, and it like basically explicitly tells you in bright red neon letters that's not what it's saying at all. And so that being an interpretation is an interpretation which doesn't match the reality of the piece in any capacity. Now that's a very clear example, and most examples aren't that obvious, and there is some kind of debate to be had there. I'm not saying I know all the answers, that any one person has knows all of the all of the valid opinions and is right about what opinions are valid or not. I'm just saying, like, philosophically, I do think there is a set of opinions that are at least invalid, maybe not a set of valid opinions. If you cut out the last 20 minutes of Fight Club and just had the director say that Fight Club was not encouraging of modern masculinity, then it'd be a different story because it's not as explicit. But like the end of Fight Club is so obviously negative, like so obviously tearing down that worldview and showing how self-destructive and pointless it is, and how it ends up reinforcing the very things that dehumanize us to begin with. Again, it's all very, very explicit. Hello there. I know, Regent. There are less obvious examples. Most examples are less obvious. The reason that's the example I'm using is because it's such an obvious example of interpretations conflicting with the text. Most examples are less obvious. Like, for example, Rorschach in the Watchmen, I would still say Alan Moore clearly intended him. We're talking about art, and do valid and invalid interpretations of art exist. Alan Moore clearly intended Rorschach as a negative role model, right? As a psychopath with like no redeeming qualities. And so while I think that the text did a good job of displaying that, it really isn't as clear as something like a Fight Club or American Psycho. And I would say it's not clear enough that it makes sense that a lot of people would take his worldview as not being a completely insane psychopathic one like Alan Moore intended. I don't think that interpretation makes sense. I don't agree with it. Right? I don't agree with that interpretation, but it's hard for me to say that it's invalid interpretation when the text does not contradict it that hard, especially the ending. I think it contradicts it, but it's really not nearly as clear. Ouch. See you, Rexplore. Yeah, Rorschach's character design shows that he doesn't see nuance. His, like, the entire chapter about his backstory and about him in prison, spoilers for The Watchmen, that entire chapter of the graphic novel clearly demonstrates that everything he does is him projecting meaning and morals onto the world because he wants to feel something, and he doesn't think that any meaning actually exists. And the whole point, like the big climactic moment, is when the therapist finally realizes, wow, the true terror in the Rorschach test isn't that you'll see something terrible, it's that anything you see is just you and nothing objectively exists in it. And that's meant to be a metaphor for reality, where the true terror in reality isn't the evil that's done. It's the fact that there is no such thing as evil, because any meaning you portray onto reality is in and of itself just you saying things. Right? And so for me, looking at that, I think, oh, clearly he's a very selfish character, because he's just going around beating up and killing criminals because he wants to feel some sort of meaning. He knows in his heart, and he really truly believes that none of it makes any difference. That's completely pointless. He does it anyway, though, because he wants to have some sort of meaning to his existence, and so he's decided that that's what he's going to do, even though he thinks it's all wrong. Right? And so for me, I look at that and I say, oh, he's a terrible character. He doesn't believe any of his own belief systems. He's a walking contradiction who shoots other people because he wants to pretend he's not. However, from like a absurdist point of view, or an existentialist point of view, where you kind of agree with his philosophy, they don't portray him as that terrible. And at the ending, if you disagree with Ramses, if you disagree with Ozymandias, then he's the only one you can kind of side with there. And since a lot of people disagreed with Ozymandias and disagreed with the fact that you still keep it a secret afterwards, now I would say that's almost a mistake on Alan Moore's part, because he really underestimated people's response to the trolley problem. You know, he really underestimated how people would respond to that. And so I think that's almost a mistake on his part, but that mistake really opened up the door to interpretations that he doesn't agree with and that he didn't intend. Now, again, that's really not the case with American Psycho or Fight Club. Those are very explicit, but Watchmen isn't quite as explicit. So you can end up with some goofy stuff happening. I am the genre once valid and invalid. Literally, I am a law student. I don't think that's how that works, but okay. Wouldn't it then be ACALAB? So like I'll not debate, but I'll like argue with people. So I'll like argue with people about the interpretation of Rorschach as a good character and as a role model because I think it's wrong, but I can't in good faith call it an invalid interpretation because it like is a internally consistent reading of the text. It doesn't contradict itself. And it doesn't contradict the text. It only contradicts the text if you hold a certain worldview, which that's like the definition of rational minds may differ. Plus, I think that that Snyder's movie misunderstood a lot of the nuance of the comics, and so that didn't help things much, but okay, C1 H6. It's going for G5. Rook FD1 G5. This would be playable only if white were not in a position to open the central files. With an open center, on the other hand, a flank attack would appear hopeless. Bishop E1. I forget this is a chess stream sometime because I enjoy talking about like philosophy and media analysis so much. Again, in another life, very close to this one, in a very nearby parallel universe, I'm a philosophy student. I almost did philosophy, but at the end of the day, I sat back and I was like, okay, why am I going to college? What's the purpose of my diploma? And I determined that to a large degree, the purpose of my diploma is to help further my career and get a job. And no offense to the philosophy majors out there, but philosophy degrees don't accomplish that to a great degree. So now it's just a passion of mine. The terminology in your stream title kind of sounds like a revolutionary group reading books. That's totally what we are. I used to be into philosophy at uni too. I love it so much. Again, I do philosophy reading in my spare time. I haven't read that much yet, but I'm getting there. Norwegian Life Fund update. Recently bought a dumb phone that I have at home. I can't deal with smartphones anymore, man. Based. Excellent. I like that. I've heard that philosophy degrees show that you have capability to learn difficult things, so a lot of employers in the UK will just randomly take jobs with them. That sounds fake. That sounds so fake. Plus, I'm not in the UK. I show someone a philosophy degree in Eastern Europe, they'll give me a weird look and then say no. I know I wouldn't take a philosophy degree randomly. I mean, it depends on the position, I suppose, but... And the employers I know also wouldn't take a philosophy degree randomly. I mean, they would if the person was good for other reasons, but in that case, they would take no degree. Like, I can't think of any point in getting a philosophy degree. The point is to be able to dedicate a lot of time studying philosophy and to be around other people who also want to study philosophy and have a bunch of professors who have also studied philosophy for a very long time who you can bounce things off of. There is a point. I'm not saying it's pointless, but it did not match the reason I was going to college. It's not pointless, it just doesn't match what I needed university to be. 14, G4, 95. Do you have any philosophy clubs in your uni? Probably not. I haven't checked, if I'm being honest. How do I say this nicely? I live in a part of the world where deep personal philosophical systems aren't incredibly culturally valuable. You oughta. I used to go there in a reading club, weekly guest lectures and debates. Yeah, but also Macedonian is my second language. I'm going to college in Macedonian. Now, I could start it in English. I could start it in English and just have an English-only philosophy club. But everyone here is like Gestalt. A random village in Eastern Europe. Yeah, literally. Literally a random village in Eastern Europe. If you could get a degree for fun, describing waste of time, money, it would be philosophy. Absolutely, without a doubt. 100%. I don't think I would want to go to college for anything else other than philosophy. If it were just for fun, for the sake of going. Because everything else, I'm like content to learn myself in my spare time. Philosophy is something where I'd want to pick the brains of experts more than like any other subject. I mean, economics is up there too. That's why I picked economics as my field of study. It's because I do thoroughly enjoy it. So maybe also economics, but economics would be below philosophy in that regard. It's so interesting. But my cope is that historically most philosophers didn't have philosophy as their day job. You know, they were like mathematicians or scientists or or authors or just normal stuff, or just regular people living their lives. You don't even have a philosophy major? I mean, there's a philosophy major at a school in Sofia that I was considering going to. But my college does not have philosophy as an offered course. My college is relatively small. They only have a few courses. It's like law, IT, economics, and psychology. I think those are the only faculties my college has. It's a smaller private college. Sofia is the capital of Bulgaria, isn't it? Yes, sir. I was considering going there for college for a while. There's a few places I was considering going. Do you speak Macedonian? Nope, but Bulgarian's close enough to Macedonian that I can understand them quite well. And plus, the college I'm talking about was in English. The only philosophy professor I have a long discussion with is an expert in ethics. Right before we chat, we had a written paper called The Ethics of Child Stuff. Pretty weird guy. Include that I was bad, no worries. I'm not concerned. Psychology would be another one that I would want to go into if I were just doing it for fun. But it would still be below philosophy. I always say I want to see the gears behind the watch face of the universe, and so philosophy is that for me. I mean, most subjects are that for me. I just like learning, but philosophy is that especially. And you can't really do. He also thinks that monogamy is what? Is unethical? What? That seems like such a patently false worldview that I'm very curious to see how he defends it. I really used to be really passionate about philosophy, now I don't care. Why is that, if you don't mind me asking, Mr. Beats? I'm not saying you're wrong for not caring, I'm just curious. Well, it's supposedly it's C takes, E takes, and then bishop takes, F takes, and then rook takes. I'll let that through. See, I disagree. I think that that truth-seeking has inherent value. Yeah, same thing. I think that truth-seeking has inherent value. Maybe that opinion will temper with age, but for now, I very strongly feel it. $92. Some juicy squares. 92, queen e8. Bishop c3. Dx c4, bishop x c4. Yeah, this looks miserable for black. Now, you can go too far with philosophy, of course, but knowledge for the sake of knowledge isn't objective in and of itself. I completely agree. From my understanding, which is 99% simplification, for sure, this worldview is that it's unethical for a partner to expect their partner to repress all their natural instincts and lust to be with a person. The gratification feeling that you're the only person they can be with. It's unethical to restrict someone in that way. I find it difficult to state why I disagree with that point, because I feel like so many of the base statements in and of itself are patently absurd. They're like, every step of the way, I have like 3 problems with every clause. Now, given I'm a monogamy enjoyer, I firmly believe that it's the smartest way of being in relationships. Now, frankly, it's not my business how people be in relationships. I'm just saying, I think historical precedent shows that it's, again, the smartest way. But hey, soon gone. Now, so I'm going to start by saying that I disagree with the premise, and so I'm biased. However, that doesn't mean I'm wrong, because you spend so much time reading and being convinced of things and has zero influence on the world, and there are equally convincing things on the other end of the spectrum. Unless it's some practical philosophy like ethics, but some ethics stuff can also be messed up through some thought loops. In the end, nobody knows anything about real metaphysics and epistemology, etc. I disagree. I disagree with philosophical agnosticism. Maybe I'll agree eventually, but the more I learn, the more assured I feel in my understanding of the universe, not less. Because while there are a lot of belief systems and worldviews which I think are on their surface seemingly true, I think that at the end of the day, you can find the correct one or get closer to finding the correct one, and that nearing the objective truth in and of itself is valuable. And I also very much disagree with it having zero influence on the world. I don't understand how one could think that, because it's, even if you don't feel like individuals changing their thought patterns has an influence, it's undeniable that society as a whole's worldview is very important for anything. If you have any concept of anything being objectively important, then a entire society's worldview is important for that thing. Just an echo chamber of reading things you agree with to begin with? Well, that's true if you only read things you agree with. I only read things I agree with like half the time, because I think it's important to read things you disagree with. I learned a lot from it. Why is objective truth valuable if it doesn't affect my life? Because I think it does affect your life. I disagree with that statement as well. I'm just conceding that one because I think it's a lot harder to prove than it affecting things on a societal level. Okay, that is a slight difference, Norwegian, but I don't think it makes the stance any less absurd. It sounds like it's bordering on, if not just straight up hedonistic, and I really think that's a very destructive worldview. Well, I know that just from a mental well-being perspective, I have a lot easier of a time when I feel like my life has some objective meaning and purpose, and or that I understand what I'm doing on planet Earth. Additionally, I find that if you have a well-formed and self-consistent philosophical worldview, a lot of decisions become easier to make because you, for all intents and purposes, basically already have an answer. What's your just saying meaning to your life, aka coping? It's only coping if you don't think your life has meaning. You're assuming the opposite. You're assuming that life doesn't have meaning, and so my belief that it does is coping. I don't buy existentialism. Clearly. Either that or I'm the most successful absurdist of all time, because I managed to convince myself that I don't buy absurdism. Yeah, but that's a subjective thing. I don't care about having meaning, I just enjoy life. Therefore, it's not useful to me. I mean, if your goal in life is just to enjoy life, and you don't have any sense of existential dread, then I suppose it's not valuable to you. I didn't say that everyone needs to study philosophy. I said that I want to. I think is the meaning of life. Well, you know, as a theist, it's pretty easy. Know God and make him known. But that's the schoolboy answer. It's not like a... It obviously gets way more complicated than that. This is a live stream. And it's unethical to require it because it's in its nature has nothing to do with you. The time you and your partner will be together, or what you do the time you are together. Monogamy is about what your partner should be allowed to do in relationship with others, even when you're not there. Yeah, I think that's stupid. No offense to your ethics professor, and I'm sure he could destroy me in any meaningful conversation because I'm sure he knows quite a bit more about ethics and philosophy than I do. This is not, I just patently disagree with that. I think it's incredibly reasonable for you to give up some level of individual freedom to be in a committed relationship. Obviously, if it's consensual, but like, I think that's a fairly reasonable assumption. I'm not like meeting somebody and saying, you must marry me, and now we're monogamous. Right? We are mutually deciding to effectively delay gratification. What are you talking about? Philosophy and monogamy. If I didn't have somebody who spent for me, will stand that it's never unethical to require anything from your partner as long as it's consensual. I wouldn't go that far. Because then you get into some weird, like, assisted suicide stuff, which I don't feel like making a statement that far-reaching. What about assisted suicide? I'm just saying, like, I really think there are probably examples where things can be unethical even if the other person consents. Like, I don't think consent removes any ethical quandaries. It removes like 98% of them, but I wouldn't go as far as to say all of them. I wouldn't go that far. It removes like nearly all of them, like pretty close to all of them, but I wouldn't go as far to say all. I wouldn't take that last step to all. Is it banned on Twitch? Give me a second. Is there like some list? If I get banned for saying suicide in a completely reasonable context, when you have people stinking streaming Avatar: Last Airbender for months, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll take the L and go to YouTube at that point. I'm gonna level with you. If you go to YouTube too, I respect that. I appreciate that. Like, come on. Context is important. Okay, I get it. I mean, I may not get that reflex because I'm pro allowing that. Also, the only thing a person being wrong in that discussion are the ones that are entirely 100% clear on one side or the other. Fair enough. No, fair enough. Again, agree to disagree. I just, like, I think there is a line. I think the line is, like, really far. So there's, like, there are very few things that wouldn't be okay with consent, but I do think there are things. I think they exist. Well, no matter the platform except Kick. I will never accept Kick's blood money. If I accept blood money from Kick, shoot me because I'm a skinwalker. I accept money to go Kick? I wouldn't. What if they gave you 100 mil? No, it's not assisted suicide because it wouldn't be me. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be me. It would be an alien who inhabited my skin and pretended to be me. That's what I'm saying. Because I would either be already dead or totally fine because I'm like chained to a chair somewhere. If they offered you 100 mil, I'd probably sit down and have a discussion with some people whose opinions I respect, but I'd have a really hard time. I have a really hard time. And how would I know? Because I would say that I would accept, because I would accept an offer from Kick. I just made it clear how you would know. I just told you how you would know if I accepted money from Kick. There you go. You're welcome. No, see, my problem is philosophical because in my mind, Kick gets all of its money. Well, this isn't in my mind. This is objective fact. Kick gets all of its money from online gambling. That's an objective and unarguable fact. And no matter your opinion on Kick, that is the truth. Kick gets all of its money from online gambling. And so for me, if your entire business model is getting people addicted to gambling, then effectively that's like half a step removed from theft. It's so horrible and manipulative, it makes me sick. And so accepting money from Kick would be similar to me to accepting stolen money. And not just stolen money, but money stolen from people who are already very, what's the word I'm looking for? In a bad place. Right? People who are easily manipulated. In Norway right now, and grandma is on trial for murder because she and her husband agreed on assisted suicide. She then completed for her husband. Yeah, exactly. You see, that's what I mean. It's I have not put in enough thought to be 100% sure, but my gut reaction is that I don't think that's okay. For me, I'm a sellout. I feel bad, but should I do it? Fair enough. Accept money from a cigarettes company? Probably not, for the same reason. It's a blurry line. It really is. Cigarettes, I definitely feel better about than gambling, though. So cigarettes, I would say probably not. But for me, it's definitely a step better than gambling. Most North Macedonians same in neighbor? What? Which one? That I hate cigarettes or I hate gambling? Or that I think cigarettes isn't as bad as gambling? Because if you think that's North Macedonian, then I don't think you've ever been here, because I didn't say it's fine. I said probably not, but I'm not as sure because I don't think cigarettes is as bad as gambling. I don't smoke. No one in my immediate family smokes. Oh, everyone here smokes, but also everyone here gambles, Norwegian. Every street corner in the stinking country has a sports betting facility. It's hugely a problem. It makes my heart bleed. At least gambling doesn't give you cancer? It's a fair point. I like to gamble on betting, man. I've lost a lot. I don't like gambling. But I don't know. I once gambled with fake money, made 100K and then stopped. Lol. Yeah. I mean. Now, I don't think from an individual liability perspective, there's anything necessarily wrong with intentional and controlled gambling as a form of entertainment, right? I wouldn't do it because I don't like supporting casinos and companies that fund off gambling. But I don't think that's wrong at its core. So I'm not saying that gambling in itself is inherently unethical. I just think the whale model of getting one person addicted and making tens, if not hundreds of thousands off of them for their entire lifetime is disgusting. Right? So I'd have a very difficult time accepting any money from any casino, because it's just directly taken from people who are struggling and don't know better. And so, like, even if I were to donate every dime that I got from Kick or anywhere else to charity, I would still be stealing money from people and donating it to charity for all intents and purposes. Or, again, half a step removed. And I don't think I can make an argument for that being ethical. Plus, I mean, practically, no one ever donates all the money they get from that to charity, even if they say they do. Okay, hold on a second. What move are we on? 19. Bishop d7. Knight f4. That just gives it back to casinos because they had to take a cut. It's not like all the money goes directly through it. Oh, that's fun. I like that Norwegian. I need to start doing that sort of fake money investing just to kind of learn. Gambler's math. Yeah, it's like Ugh. When the girl math trend was a thing and people were saying boy math is the gambling stuff, I really didn't care for it. So do it with real money too? Yeah, nah. If you're not really doing your homework, stock trading can be effectively gambling. Knight f5. Knight f4. Rook d8. b4. Stop caring about it after like 2 weeks. That might also be it. True. I would lose all of my money if I took part in that. That's a nice part. Is since it's like fake money. What are you looking at on the board? A game from Aaron Nimzovich's Chess Praxis. Game 3 about centralization. We're getting pretty distracted though because it's late, so I'm distractible, and we keep talking about philosophy, which is one of the easiest things to distract me with. Ah, yes, I forgot. Norwegian's actually both players in this game. I forgot. My bad. Good info for investments. Isn't that like insider trading? I would know. I am the book. True. I own a couple stocks. I mean, I own some stocks, but I don't own... I just, like, own basically part of a mutual fund. Just like a bunch of... They just teach me? Oh. Okay. I thought you meant, like, you get good info, like, you get info before it releases to the public. I was like, you probably shouldn't be talking about that. But if they're just, you know, teaching you stuff, that makes sense. It makes the insider trader be funny. It would be super funny. It would be hilarious. But, unfortunately, also illegal. I should? No. No, but the teaching thing, that's pretty sick, actually. I've gotten through a little bit of The Intelligent Investor. I haven't read all of it, but because, you know, economics degree, it's something I intend to get better at. I want to give you an interesting dilemma. Sure. Imagine 50% of the people in the world are extremely happy, 50% are extremely miserable. Eliminating miserable half and eliminate all suffering. So would you do it? I don't think I'm allowed to make that choice, like, ethically. As a politician, I will keep silent in this talk, other than saying that I have indeed made money in the stock. No! Norwegian, no! If you don't mind my saying, do you have an opinion on it, though? The eliminating 50% of the people in the world? I don't think my opinion's important. I don't think I should be making decisions with human lives. I don't think humans have the cosmological right to make decisions about human lives. Now, when you're put in a decision where you must, like a trolley problem sort of situation, you end up in a... In my opinion, you end up in a ethical and philosophical catch-22 where you can't make an ethically sound decision. Or I'm not sure if there is an... Maybe there is one, but I'm not convinced that there is one. But even then, I would probably say no, because again, who am I to just kill half the world's population? Because, I don't know, I feel like the world would be better without them. I am more utilitarian that way. I think that the ontological thinking is kind of dumb. Fair enough. I just don't like it. Part of the reason I don't like utilitarianism is because I really hate a lot of the outcomes utilitarianism leads to. Hey, good luck, Norwegian. Sick. I taught one of my coworkers. That's really cool, though, Callum. Like, seriously. Learning how to invest is a super valuable skill, even if it's just the slow sort of retirement investing. You replace humans with rats, now you're gonna make a choice? Yeah, I don't know. I probably would in that case. Especially at 17. Oh yeah, especially at 17. And the 50-50 split will arise. Sure. No, a more interesting, or maybe not more interesting, but in my opinion, a more enlightening version of that problem is presented in the short story Those Who Would Leave Omelos? Is that what it's called? The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelos. I was very close. I was very close. I read this novella, not novella, like short story, a month ago or so. Basically, the idea is there's this city called Omelos, right? It's completely outside of society. It's completely separate from society. And like anywhere else, and it's just a city. This city is utopia. Everyone is happy. Everything is perfect. Everyone dies peacefully in their sleep at an old age. There are no major terrible diseases. Everyone is intelligent and happy. And basically, like every positive, perfect thing you can imagine about a society exists. However, in a closet in a back room of some shed, there is a malnourished, deformed, and developmentally stunted child, like, I don't know, 8, 9. And this kid is in permanent suffering. Excuse me, that's not funny. It's a little funny. Okay. And this kid is in a permanent state of agony, misery, and suffering. And by some magical witchcraft, that agony, misery, and suffering of that kid is what allows the rest of that city to be completely perfect and without any flaw or unhappiness. And the question that's kind of raised by the short story is that okay? If that makes sense. Because it's called The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelos, because it ends talking about how occasionally some people will just up and leave. They won't talk to anyone. They won't do anything. They will just, after finding out about this kid, or maybe 20 years after finding about this kid, just decide to leave Omelos and never come back. Nobody knows where they go. Nobody knows if they survive. They just walk away. Right? And so the philosophical question is kind of okay. And what complicates it as well is the fact that, according to the story, even if you tried to help the kid, you couldn't do much good because of how developmentally stunted he is. I'm talking mentally, I'm talking physically, in every capacity. No, because the people who aren't okay with it leave. They walk away. That's why it's The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelos is what it's called. And everyone is equally happy. There's perfect equality. And there's always enough food, and there's always enough... every perfect thing you can imagine. I think the one guy suffering for the sake of everyone will be fine as long as the highest net gain of well-being available in the situation. I mean, that's consistent with utilitarianism. I just don't like utilitarianism because I feel like we're... part of the reason is because I feel like we're really bad at determining the consequences of huge sweeping actions that utilitarianism often demands. And so you can end up causing more harm than good, ironically. Additionally, this is a very vibe-based thing, but I really don't like a lot of the conclusions utilitarianism comes to. Such as? In perfect utilitarianism, if you really think about it, now maybe I'm interpreting this. X slash can give a better explanation, or can tell me if I'm wrong, since he actually believes utilitarianism. If I unironically truly believe someone is, let's say, a neo-Nazi, and that their ideology is legitimately dangerous for society as a whole, then killing them is ethically totally okay, and maybe even required. Like, they haven't done anything, but again, maybe I'm fundamentally misunderstanding utilitarianism, but I don't see how you come to any other conclusion if you're doing pure utilitarianism. B4, B5, bishop B3. Knight 'Bishop D4. Look at how white's pieces are evading the position. So cool. C6. Queen A2. Knight G6. If knight D5, then bishop takes D5. C takes D5. Rook C7. Ew. I'm kind of utilitarian in a way. I don't know if the official definition of it. In my view, if you can prevent suffering by killing someone, you should do it as long as the act of killing doesn't cause even more suffering. See what I mean? I don't like that. Now, I'm not saying Psychic's a terrible person or anything. Don't get me wrong. That's what I mean, Beats. That's what's part of that's part of what was so interesting about the story, right? Is not that there's no helping the kid necessarily, because it says you could help bring him out into the sun and you could make things better for him, but he could never be like everyone else, and bringing him out would make the rest of society much worse. So would you kill Hitler? Depends when. Because honestly, I'm not sure killing Hitler would have actually done that much. It was an entire movement because of how fed up people were with the Weimar Republic. OMG, forgot you were a streamer. Well, most people did, since I really stopped streaming for like a month. Was Hitler the head of it? Yes, but I am not totally convinced that another charismatic person funded by the rich would take his place. Exactly what Gon said. Now, maybe they wouldn't have, but I don't think I could know that with enough confidence. Now, that doesn't mean I wouldn't try. I really... And see, that's the complex case, because there's not like you can imprison him, because then you would have to capture him. There's no way you're going to capture Hitler. So, I'm not sure it'll be the ethical correct decision, because I'm not sure killing anyone can ever be the ethical correct decision, but maybe. Who knows how it would play out? Yeah. Would you rather have infinite bacon, no games, or infinite games, all the games you can imagine, but no games, none at all? Yeah, I've heard this one. It's truly one of the greatest moral quandaries of our time. I would probably pick the games, because while I would have infinite bacon in the first situation, I would also have no games. In the second one, I have infinite games, right? So even though the downside is I have no games, I have infinite games. So I mean, I feel like you know, it counteracts it. Yeah, none at all. No games, absolutely. None at all. But I would have games, infinite games. I wouldn't say that Mustache Man came into power because of the rich only. Everyone was fed up with the Weimar Republic. It was an economic catastrophe. Wait, do you eat meat? Yeah. I think there's a fundamental distinction between humans and animals. I don't have nearly as much of a problem killing animals as I do killing humans. It's like not even remotely equivalent. In my opinion. I would say probably, Lib. It's really hard. Those are the complex situations where I think it's kind of catch-22 in a sense. We're kind of put in a situation where you have to pick the lesser of two evils. And I'm not sure you can ever make a good decision there. You can just make the less bad decision, if that makes sense. And that might be a stupid distinction, but... Oh yes, I'm pescatarian. I thought because of your morals you're a vegetarian or something fair. It's fair. To be fair, there's a pretty good chance that if I looked into animal treatment and industrial farms enough, that I would try to become at least vegetarian. I just haven't. I don't claim to have a fully consistent moral system that I'm working through, but I can see how you would think that. No, I'm more of a techno hippie than a traditional hippie. So while I do eat meat, I don't use Gmail. And I use Linux, right? So I'm a techno hippie. To be fair, he looks like he wouldn't eat meat. In my view, it matters is the amount of suffering versus well-being. If an animal can suffer as much or even more than humans, just even more important than prevent it from suffering. Fair enough. I fundamentally disagree, but fair enough. Oh yes, the nerd emoji hippie. Precisely. No, I like the argument for vegetarianism and veganism from the animal suffering perspective, I kind of get. When Alco calls me Lib. Well, you shouldn't have named yourself Lib then. I mean, that's on you. You picked your name here. Page 5. Calls me bad at chess? No, I don't. And I think I got a shirt for 40 cents. Nice. Calling people Lib, I will stand by. Calling people bad at chess, I will not take that slander. Knight h5, knight h4, knight f6. Ugh. I mean, if you've seen the videos of baby chicks hatching out of their shells immediately being dropped into a conveyor belt to go into meat grinder, you might reconsider. There's a good chance, yeah. Like I said, that's not something I've looked into enough. I wouldn't say I have a super well-formed opinion. Unfortunately, I am only 22. I am actively attempting to continue shaping my worldview, but I am not at the end game. Man, if Uncle said that eating meat is as cruel as eating your family. Well, that I really disagree with. I don't think I need to tell you how much I disagree with that. Again, I really do think there is a big distinction between humans and animals. Now, I understand why other people wouldn't, but I think even if you don't believe in some form of theism, it still isn't too much of a stretch. Well, again, I'm a theist, so for me it's easy. Humans have souls. Now, it's a harder argument if you aren't a theist, which is why I'm saying that it makes sense to me quite a bit. I still think there are arguments. humans are clearly capable of a degree of self-awareness that can't even be matched or in similarity by animals. And so there could be an argument there. I mean, that might preclude you from eating like dolphins or something, but animal cruelty is unfortunately hard to avoid. It's most convenient to get your food from grocery stores and also cheapest. Fortunate enough to have family in a rural area who sends us meat and eggs sometimes, but we still go to grocery shopping because no one really has the time to butcher their own chickens or time and money to source ethically grown chicken. Yeah, we get eggs from our neighbors. That's pretty cool. So I think a certain amount of self-awareness and sentience argument that it could be made about animals that would, again, it would probably preclude you from eating dolphins, but would handle you for many animals. Lower intelligence, conscious, less valuable than others. How do you quantify life? Well, defining life is nearly impossible. That's just a general rule. It is borderline impossible to give a fully self-consistent and like reasonable definition of life. It's like real hard. Because at that point, you get into why eat plants. Because plants are alive. Buy meat from a farm that doesn't harm animals, but also sells meat of dead animals when they die. I respect that. Okay, that makes sense to me. Again, the vegan and vegetarian argument makes sense to me. I can understand it. I see it as purely a perspective. I'm human, therefore sympathize infinitely easier with humans. That's fair. That's what I mean. I think there are arguments that don't require a theistic worldview in order to make eating animals not as bad as eating humans. Or not eating humans, as eating animals not terrible in general. But it's definitely easier being a theist. It definitely makes my job easier on that one. You don't sympathize with every human equally, though, so you sympathize less with less valuable? No. I would say no. But I would say he's generalizing and saying he sympathizes with humans easier in general. Maybe I'm wrong, but do you think cruel is wrong? Yes, of course. If I saw someone being down on an animal, I'd give them but do I eat meat? Also, yes. Yeah. Should be 6. Knight HF3. G takes F3. Ooh, Rook takes F6. The animal dies instantly, not being tortured. I think it's perfectly fine to eat them. That makes sense. Sometimes with my dog when she barks at the person because she thinks you're trying to protect me more than random people in Twitch chat. That's fair. I would say naturally I do the same, but I intentionally try to be more sympathetic to people on the internet because I think it's important. By theist, you mean something like your religion? Yeah, I'm a Protestant. It's just for this, the distinction doesn't matter as much because many theistic religions that have some emphasis on humans being given some special privilege by God or the gods always makes the argument easier. It isn't Protestantism specifically that makes the argument easier. So I don't super duper clarify because I don't think it's necessary. Say about vegans, the best reason to be a vegan is to not eat plants, to save the animals. It's to eat the plants because you're killing plants. Based. He takes out 6. Sorry. Ah, pardon me. Bishop takes d8 first. I was thinking bishop d8 first. Knight takes f3. King f1. Rook f7. Bishop f6 check. Rook takes f6. Pawn takes f6. Knight takes h2. King e1. f3. Wait. e1. Knight f3 check. Keep missing the knight thing. King e2. f4. 4, rook takes d7. And resigns. Listen to Alan Watts. I recommend it. He used to be a Christian priest that converted to more Eastern worldview. I might do. An emotional connection to me is what makes something like that inhumane. Yeah, which, I mean, that's a cosmologically, like, very humanistic argument, because you're saying that humans' connection to something is what gives it value, in the sense that preventing harm to it is important. Which I get. I'm not sure I agree with, but I get. Probably something more akin to mysticism than traditional Christianity. Yeah. Christian priest. It sounds more like Catholic. I ain't Catholic. I know some Catholic people, though. Would you like to be reincarnated as? The main argument against vegans who say, why do we eat cow and not dog, is because they need good companions, not farmed animals. I mean, cows are super easy to farm, unlike a dog. Oh yeah, but supposedly cows make decent companions as well. My sister did cow show, I believe, once. I don't have an argument because I don't have an ethical reason to not eat a dog. I really don't like it personally, but that's just because I don't want to. I don't have like a reason why it's evil to, if that makes sense. Because I mean, maybe I'm wrong for that. I haven't given it too much thought, but like, I really wouldn't want to. But I don't have a philosophical reason at this point why I think it would be evil. I just really, it's very distasteful to me. I probably wouldn't. It would probably make me sick. But just because something makes me sick doesn't mean I have a good reason why I say it's evil. Let's move on, shall we? Fair enough. Crazy game. The who now allegations? Are you telling me there's allegations I've never heard of? Never heard of this person in my life. What do you mean allegations? She was charged and sent and made serve 5 years of probation. What kind? This isn't allegations. This is just a crime. I love when people call it allegations. And also, I was only 1% paying attention to the chess game. Same. This is a conviction. This is not an allegation. Actual meatballs? Okay, evidently on June 20th, a social media influencer that goes by Meatball was charged with burglary. I've never heard of this person in my life. I just googled meatball allegations and it came up. Remember the thing. What am I remembering? For real, why did Jeffrey Dahmer have so many allegations, bro? I know. Somebody needs to make like a twit longer compiling all of the reports, the victim reports, so we can decide if we think they're lying or not. Because, you know, you got so many clout chasers. Fair enough. 3. Fair enough. 3. Okay, no, I'm not going that far. Bro thought he made up allegations, but they actually existed. I respect that. That shows how crazy the internet is. You make up something and then it turns out to be true. I've done that before. I've made something up and then it turns out to be true. Malcolm, you should know this. I do know this. I do. I this is something I do know. This is a factual statement. It's 11. Okay, no. I gotta raid somebody. It's 11 p.m. It's actually just past 11, which is impressive. Usually I go a bit later accidentally. Do I know anyone? Oh, there's a few people I know who are alive. Let's go. Imagine just raiding the St. Louis Chess Club. My fellow, he didn't know the wrong. Oh gosh. That's hilarious. I know this person we could raid. Nah, too many viewers. How many viewers do I have right now? 17. 17 people are willing to stay here. Y'all are weird. Okay, give me a second. Who's this guy? There's like 5 people I know. Or there's like a bunch of people I don't know, but are I'm following. How does that happen? I don't remember these people. Hey man, you're the Arch Linux user. Hey, don't wow me like that. What can I say? Sometimes you just get ignored. You hate to see it. Oh, Black Sheep. Do y'all have anyone to raid? Vanilla Arch with no sprinkles. That's an interesting spelling of sprinkle. Yeah, I might move back to Endeavor OS though. Vanilla Arch is giving me some trouble. We are raiding because it's 11 p.m. my time. I've been going for nearly 4 hours. Thanks for stream. Thanks for stopping by and putting up with my incessant rambling. Do I know this person? They're reacting to the YouTube videos as part of their schedule. I do not want to support that necessarily. Who is this? Oh, it's just over. Yeah, I'm so sorry about the timing, Mr. Sheep. I will be back on Saturday if it's any consolation. Follow to catch the next one. True. No, thanks for continuing to call me livid at least once a stream. Hey, you're still here. Clearly, I'm doing something right. Right? Finding people to raid is difficult. Aha, how about this guy? I mean, what do you mean? Look, Akko, I did a marketing. Thank you. Really? Coming in like 15 minutes before I end the stream, saying I'm going to bed, making fun of me for my operating system, and then telling someone to follow. That's really earning your mod role here. Just impressive stuff. I don't know anyone to raid. Imagine I just stream for another 2 hours trying to find someone to raid. Best content of all time. I have never seen. How is it that comforting for me that you'll be back on Saturday and you've never seen me? Well, I clearly. Okay, so listen. I am so impressive on first viewing. You walk in, you see my face, and just instantly you're like, oh. Nah. All I know is that you have a chest position. Yeah, this is not even my chest position. This is Aaron Nimzovich's chest position. Because the title was not a lie. We were reading an Aaron Nimzovich book because it's in the public domain. And I like to at least pretend that I have some sort of system. And I like chess. Chess is good. This is true. Factual statement. He's very charming and smart. Oh, here we go. It's like a favorite TV show. He's got working hours. Wait, what? How good? How good is who? Blitz? My Blitz is only like 1850. It's like 1880. I did a grind the other day. I don't know how much Ree's Blitz is. My Rapid is currently a little over 2k. I've hit 2200, but I'm a patzer, so I dumped Elo. I'm doing a marketing, I'll handle it. Uh-huh. 1850 isn't that good? I never claimed to be that good. He claimed I was that good, okay? He doesn't play Blitz? I don't. This is a factual statement. I have much more time, much more games than Rapid. Where again, peak is 2200 from like a few months ago. And I'm currently like 2080. It's strong. This guy's marketing you as a GM. I am well aware. He's trying to overcompensate. How you play Rapid? Mostly. 10 plus 0 mostly. I like the time control. I like classical best, but playing classical is miserable. Or playing classical online. How about this guy? 2000 Rapid? Currently, yes. Again, my peak is 2200, but currently I'm 2000. We'll try rating this guy. I see. You're that chill guy who likes chess and taking it slow and studying, probably. Studying a little bit. I mean, I'm in college. I've got a job. I didn't used to have a job. No, I'm smelling the roses on my chess journey. And I'm not that chill. I just play it, I would say, on TV, but on Twitch is more accurate. Think I'm failing? Watch a little Grandmaster. You watch Kilogram. What? Hey, Twitch.tv. True. Hey, thanks for the follow, sheep. See? Boom. Got him. That's the marketing classes for you. I basically failed my marketing class, but doesn't count. I like Blitz better, but I also play the occasional Rapid game. That's fair. I respect it. I just like the time controls as they get slower. I feel like I can dig my teeth into the position more. I love the beautiful positional stuff in chess. Playing this interaction in my resume? Uh-huh. Yeah, I hate the cheaters, though. Cheaters are pretty annoying, but It's pretty annoying. They get more common slower you go. This is true. Although, then it just goes out nowhere in classicals. No one cheats in classical. In person. Online, I'm sure they do. Anyway, ciao. You have a chess book course? Unfortunately, I don't.